The podium. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Peter Berry. I'm speaking on behalf of the Acton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. The Acton Housing Authority is an independent public authority, separate from town government, charged with developing and operating rental apartments for low and very low income families and elderly, veteran, and disabled individuals. The Housing Authority is governed by 5 commissioners, 3 who are independently elected by Acton voters, 1 appointed by the governor, and a tenant recently appointed by the Select Board. Bob Whittlesey, Governor Baker's appointment, is chair of the Board of Commissioners. A member of the greatest generation, Bob recently celebrated his 100th birthday. As he describes in his book, Social Housing Found, Bob was lucky to survive fighting in the Battle of the Bulge. Following the war, Bob went on to become a nationally renowned expert in developing housing for low and moderate income families and individuals. In the 1980s, when federal funds for affordable housing dried up, Bob was one of a group who developed the idea of providing tax credits to wealthy investors in affordable housing programs. That concept allowed Bob to rehabilitate and develop thousands of housing units in Boston's South End and beyond for poor families and individuals. Nancy Kolb is the board's vice chair. A commissioner for many years, Nancy was an educator for 36 years. 33 years at the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District as a teacher, principal, and 15 years in central office administration in the position of Director of Pupil Services, in charge of support services, counseling, psychologists, special education, nursing, homeless, child abuse and neglect, and she oversaw a staff of 200. One of her most important responsibilities was ensuring that the district complied with federal and state civil rights legislation, including the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, Title IX, the Americans with Disability Act, and Section 504 of prohibiting discrimination against disabled individuals. Bernice Barron, Nancy is the vice chair of the commission. Bernice Barron, a commissioner for 20 years. Bernice's entire family have dedicated themselves to social work. She's a retired social worker, was a director of 2 mental health clinics. The first was one in Malden for Family Services in Greater Boston, where Bernice worked for 30 years. She also was the director of the mental health clinic at the Home for Little Wanderers in Boston, where she worked for 5 years before her retirement. If you're familiar with the Home for Little Wanderers, you certainly know what good work they do for orphans in Boston. Bernice's mother was a social worker, her husband was a social worker, her daughter is a social worker, and her granddaughter is training to be a social worker. It's obviously in Bernice's genes, and she brings that gene pool to the Board of Commissioners of the Acton Housing Authority. Melissa Wingfield, the commissioner representing the Housing Authority's tenants, was recently appointed by the Select Board. Melissa is a disabled individual who has lived for 21 years in an Acton condo, which the Housing Authority leases from a private landlord. Melissa is also an associate member of the Commission on Disabilities, as well as a member of the private Acton residence group Housing for All, working to increase the town's supply of affordable housing. I have 40 years working in public housing programs and on public housing issues. With me also, besides Nancy Kolb, the vice chair of the commission today, is Kelly Cronin, the current executive director of the Housing Authority, executive director for the past 20 years, who took over for Naomi McManus, renowned in the town for her efforts to promote affordable housing for poor families and individuals. The biggest obstacle to the Housing Authority's ability to rehabilitate their apartments is a lack of adequate funding. The Housing Authority's revenue from tenants' rents, which are capped at 30% of adjusted gross income, is supplemented by state funds to make up the difference between the rental income and the Housing Authority's ongoing operating expenses. Although Massachusetts is one of the few states that funds low-income housing, funds for capital costs are appropriated on a year-by-year basis, and capital needs are chronically underfunded. Town meetings voters have also supported the Housing Authority, approving Community Preservation Fund grants for capital upgrades. But CPC funds are not available for rehabilitation of the interiors of the apartments, of the Housing Authority's 50-year-old apartments. Recently, town meeting appropriated $1 million in CPC grants to purchase from the town the Main Street property in Town Center, where the Housing Authority is building 40 new apartments for elderly and disabled poor individuals. The Housing Authority provides services to a diverse tenant population and employs a diversified workforce. 52% of units developed under state and local programs are occupied by minorities. 57% of the Housing Authority's employees are minority, and several speak more than one language. I believe those percentages exceed the numbers in any town department. I have a statement I'd like to read and put into the record on behalf of the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority. Fundamental fairness is an inherent obligation of elective office. Certainly, fairness allows any Housing Authority resident to present complaints. The Housing Authority respects all residents' rights to file grievances. We take complaints seriously and empathize with residents' concerns. The Housing Authority will responsibly consider any suggestions the town may have to work to resolve residents' disputes. A necessary corollary to the right to speak out, however, is the right afforded to those accused to receive prior notice and a fair opportunity to respond. The Housing Authority was accused of illegal, malicious, and evil intentional racial bias. Yet the Housing Authority was denied its right to a fair opportunity to show that the Housing Authority, in fact, operates affirmatively to promote the principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion. By denying the Housing Authority its right to defend itself, the Select Board breached your obligation to conduct fair and impartial proceedings. The allegation of racial prejudice by the Housing Authority are not true. Those allegations were investigated by experts and rejected. A commissioner of the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination, the agency charged with and equipped to investigate and adjudicate complaints of discrimination, after providing the Housing Authority with notice of the accusations and considering the Housing Authority's response as minimal due process requires, determined that no probable cause exists to credit those accusations of discrimination and dismissed the complaint. In contrast, here, the Housing Authority's good name has been publicly slurred without a fair opportunity for the Housing Authority to appear and respond. Depriving the Housing Authority of the fundamental right to clear its name caused those who are unfamiliar with the Housing Authority's operations to consider whether the Housing Authority may be infected with racial prejudice. That damage to the Housing Authority's deserved reputation for treating persons of all races and classes with dignity and respect is irreparable. But there's a difference between reputation and character. Reputation is who others think you are. Character is who you really are. Those who know the Housing Authority know that the commissioners and staff dedicate themselves to provide services to all residents by observing a high moral character. The Housing Authority has worked assiduously and successfully to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion among its residents and staff. The Housing Authority staff work every day to provide safe, decent, and affordable housing to all residents without discrimination or prejudice. And with that, I'd like to put a copy of my remarks into the record.
You give it to the clerk. I'll take it either way. Thank you. Matt, we seem to be done here in the room. Can you call on the people online, please?
Absolutely. First up, we have Janet Badashi.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. I'm Janet Badashi, 2 Simon Hapton Lane. And I would just like to add my remarks to what Peter Berry just said very eloquently. I've already talked with the chairman for an hour last week, so he knows what I think about the incident and frankly doesn't agree with my perspective. But I would like to say that on October 18th, the chairman allowed the Acton Housing Authority tenant nearly an hour to read her letter of complaint about the alleged conditions in her apartment. First comments, and I'm really focused on process. The Housing Authority, which Mr. Berry might have mentioned, is a separate legal entity, not part of the municipal government, much as the water district and the school district are separate entities. And as a courtesy, professional courtesy, the chairman should have reached out to the Housing Authority, certainly the executive directly, promptly after the board received the letter, which I understand came in on Sunday. Just a quick email would have done the job, but it was the town manager who took the initiative to notify the executive director, which is how she first learned of the letter and complaints. Second of all, the chairman really should have limited the amount of time for the tenant's remarks, especially because she was reading a letter that she had already sent by email to the board, and should have proposed an offline meeting where people, maybe he, maybe the health inspector, other people could have met to review her letter and the allegations and develop some sort of course of action. Setting reasonable limits on public comments isn't about lack of sympathy or empathy. It's about recognizing that the board, frankly, has a lot of town business to address, and reasonable time management is essential if the board meetings aren't going to go later in the evening than they already do. Third, but instead, the chairman gave the resident free rein to share a whole lot of negative allegations about the Housing Authority that were unchallenged, unrebutted during the October 18th meeting, with the unflattering impression lingering to this day until Mr. Berry's comments in the minds of residents who may think the worst of the Housing Authority because they don't know the Housing Authority, they don't know the executive director, the staff members, or the board members, and don't know how deeply all of those people care and how hard they work for the well-being of the Housing Authority, its mission, and its residents. Finally, a process issue that's going to be more exciting for former selectmen like me than to anyone else. Having chosen to let the resident read her letter in its entirety, the chairman neglected to read 2 hearing notices at the appointed times for those hearings, which has been the select board procedure since long before I joined the board in 2010. The chairman told me that he's not trying to embarrass or humiliate anyone, but I told him the effect of what he allowed to happen on October 18th was to embarrass and humiliate the people who are essential to keeping the Housing Authority running and who deserve so much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, is there anyone else?
That is all that I see.
Thank you. Last meeting, we heard remarks and residents' concerns from a woman who has had problems with her housing. These remarks were admittedly very long. However, I was not going to use that instance to institute time limits on remarks. When I first became chair, I said that I would prefer not to limit the length of residents' concerns because sometimes people need time to make their point. If extremely long remarks start to happen on a regular basis, I'll consider instituting time limits. The Select Board received an email about her housing problems the day before the meeting. I read the email at that time and expected to follow up in the upcoming week. I did not know that she was going to present her remarks at the Select Board meeting. In fact, I did not even realize when she started to speak until about a minute into her remarks that was the same person from the email until I recognized her story as things went forward. This woman spent a lot of time and effort to prepare her remarks. It took courage to expose her personal life in public forum. I heard complaints on how she had been treated, but she also acknowledged when she had been treated with respect. I would have preferred had she not accused others of particular motivations. However, I heard a woman at wit's end. How would any of us feel if we didn't have a working refrigerator on an ongoing basis? And that was just one of her issues. Her health and safety issues were not alleged, they were real. The Acton Health Department found 7 problems that were the landlord's responsibility, including the refrigerator issue and other issues that were mentioned in her remarks. She also said that she was discriminated against and not treated with respect. She deserved to be listened to, and we can be sympathetic. I support affordable housing in Acton, and I support the Acton Housing Authority. The AHA has done a great job in promoting and running public housing here. The AHA board is a group of volunteers contributing to their community, the same as volunteers on town government committees. The AHA director and staff do a great job and are dedicated to public housing. We have to recognize that the AHA staff work hard in challenging circumstances where they often don't have the resources that they need. It's legitimate for the board to ask questions, even if we know that the AHA is a good organization. Town taxpayers provide hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to AHA projects. As with any landlord, the town must ensure that health and safety requirements are met. Plus, the town has an interest to ensure that residents are fairly treated. I've met with the AHA director. I appreciate that she's open to questions and addressing issues. If problems are found, we should be open to making changes. This doesn't mean in any way that the AHA is bad, just that we must be open to improvements. It's not helpful to say that problems can't exist before we've looked into it. When problems come up, we should not be looking for someone to blame. My goal is to address problems. My hope is that we are willing to make improvements, even when it's uncomfortable. I know that sometimes this causes consternation, but the fact that we are able to do this is a point of pride for our town. Mr. Manager, your update.
Thank you. Just wanted to give a few announcements. First, I'm very pleased to report that we received the MassWorks grant to do design work for Great Road. Great Road, as you know, is a corridor that we've been focusing on a lot with our Great Road revitalization study. ARPA funds were allocated to help understand wastewater solutions for that area to help support our businesses. And now the state is investing in helping us to determine ways to make those streets safer for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for drivers, and for everyone, which would help promote the businesses that are there that need our help. So that's exciting, $90,000. We'll get started on that as soon as we can. An update on the W.R. Grace property, the solar project that is underway there, or is planned there. We're nearly finished establishing the pilot agreement and finalizing the details of a low-income solar program that was authorized by town meeting, so we look forward to announcing that soon, but I just wanted to let people know that that's still in the works. I just wanted to mention that the library next door is operating at reduced hours this month due to some staffing shortages, but we hope to shore those resources up and be back to normal hours very soon. The Veterans Day ceremony will be held the 11th, next Thursday, at 11 a.m. on the Common. So it'll be a typical ceremony that our Veteran Services Director, James McCrae, with others, is planning, and they always do a really nice job. The COVID cases right now, we're at 12, which is, you know, we've been hovering around that number. We're not seeing huge spikes, which is good, but we're still watching it very closely. We expect announcements in the next week or so about vaccine eligibility for more people. In the meantime, we're working to get the booster shots and identify folks at vulnerable populations that we can help access these booster shots. Our municipal monthly is published today. Hopefully it went out already. If not, it'll go out soon. So please check that out with a lot of important updates on what's happening in town. I wanted to call your attention to a new monthly feature by our cultural resources planner, Barb Rhines. This month she wrote a little bit about cupolas. So architectural enthusiasts out there will enjoy that. On 11/15, I'll be presenting an update to the 10-year capital plan. So I look forward to the board's comments on that. Also that night, there'll be a presentation about converting the intersection of High Street and Parker Street into a 4-way stop. Right now, there's a stop sign on Parker, but we're proposing to put one in all 4 directions. On December 6th, we'll be holding the annual tax classification hearing, which is where the board sets the tax rate for the current year. In talking to the finance team as we're preparing for that hearing, we started talking about real estate. As the board knows and as the public knows, real estate housing prices have gone very high in the last year. People are selling houses for significantly higher than asking and much higher than what we've had them assessed for. And so that's going to start to show in our assessments, which people are not going to be pleased to see, but we have to assess based on the fair market value, which has increased significantly. So our assessor, Brian McMullen, will talk more about that on the 6th, but I just wanted to give that preview. The large increase in residential isn't really matched by an increase in commercial. Commercial has been pretty stagnant, so that's shifting even further the burden of taxation on the residential property owners. So one way that we can address that is through economic development, which is, I think, what we're all trying to do. So I just wanted to mention that. And then finally, on 12/6, that same night, I'll be presenting the town manager's recommended annual budget for fiscal year 23. So busy 6 weeks for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. Member minutes from any members? Jim, please.
Well, first, just a question for John and, thank you. Question for John and David, just to consider the thought of if Brian's here to talk about taxes and the tax classification on the 6th, I wonder if this is a good time to talk about the tax programs we have for people that are having challenges paying their real estate taxes. It's a good thing to review on a periodic basis, and that might be a fine time. Okay, member minutes. 2 things. I wanted to appreciate the board and the manager and your staff about how we got through the ARPA funding. And, for me, the first big, there was a meeting where it felt very chaotic to me. We had to rush through the entire ARPA list, and it was hard. We didn't get much time to talk to each other, to resolve things. We just did quick hand raises. And out of that chaotic information came, in addition to all the lots of feedback from the public, came a coordinated and well thought out summary proposal from the manager's office that we only made tiny adjustments to. So I just want to appreciate us and the manager for getting that done. I did want to make sure that people knew that we did put a lot of stuff into this reserve category. I added it up to somewhere around $5.4 million worth of projects. And we have $2 million left. So we certainly have, some difficult, challenging conversations coming, some soon, some a couple of years from now, about, what to do with the rest of that ARPA money. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that as our transportation programs begin to come back online, one of the most exciting new aspects is the taxi voucher program. I don't think we've talked about it here at a board meeting yet, But this is a grant money that's funding taxis, especially at times when the normal vans aren't working, such as weekends and evenings. So there's a simple application to fill out. So for those that are over 50 or have disability getting in the way of driving, or have demonstrated financial need, or active duty, or veterans, or essential workers, you fill out a simple form. You get qualified, and then you can call up our fine local business, Rides by Joanne, 24 hours in advance of a ride that you need. You can, as long as the ride begins or ends in Acton and is less than 20 miles, this grant money is paying for that taxi ride. The money is funded through the end of December, so this is a short-term program with this particular funding. But if the program is as successful as I think it's going to be, we're going to learn a lot about transportation needs and figure out, have a lot more data to figure out what we want to fund and how in the realm of transportation. So I just want to make sure that everybody knew about that program, because it really, even like coming up on the 11th when the town hall is closed because of Veterans Day, the taxi service is still running. So if you have a medical appointment on the 11th, Rides by Joanne can get you there. That's it.
For that last item, do you just call Rides by Joanne, or Joanne knows how to do it, or is there some other place that they have to go for information?
No, first there's an application on the town's website that you fill out. And you send that to the town. Once you get qualified, then yes, then you just call Rides by Joanne directly and set up your rides directly with them, either by email or by phone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dean.
So I'd like to acknowledge the comments that Peter Berry made on behalf of the Housing Authority. And I certainly appreciate the hard work that they do, and I certainly, more than that, appreciate the situation they were placed in. There's so many issues that deal with confidentiality that they could not really defend themselves very well. And certainly my feeling is that there was a fundamental lack of fairness shown at the last meeting. That's an opinion of one member of the board. I don't know if anyone else will join me in that. And I'm glad that the Housing Authority did have the opportunity to make a very eloquent defense. But justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Fran or Heminger? Fran?
I have nothing for member minutes, but I do want to say that I did have the opportunity to visit the tenant's unit, and it isn't alleged. It is and was as bad as she described. I had the opportunity of ducking into another unit, another affordable unit in the same building, and it was the complete opposite. So I know that it was very, very difficult for her to get up and tell her story. I hope that change comes from that.
Thank you. Heminger?
Yeah, so, I know we have a full agenda, so I'll be brief. I think that the beauty of residents' concerns and opening it up to the public is that it really is an opportunity for anyone in the public to get on the mic and to speak to us as a select board about their issues and to have us respond to it. Ultimately, we were elected by the people of this town. We are held accountable by the people of this town. And so, David, I just wanted to appreciate you kind of giving that space for this resident to share her concerns. Obviously we don't want meetings to run too late. That's in the interest of everyone, but there are times where it is so important to give people the space to talk because, like you said, there are some things that can't be said within a certain period of time. So yeah, I just wanted to go on the record to say that I supported you giving that space, and I'm also glad that we also got to hear from AHA today in that same capacity, in that same space that we provide all residents of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our first hearing of the evening. Under Massachusetts General Law 140, Section 58, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing in room 204 at the Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, on November 1st, 2021 at 7:35 p.m. on the application of Northeast Collection, Inc. for a Class II auto dealer's license at 440 Great Road, Acton, Mass. 01720. From a computer, enter the link actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to speak. Mr. Bertolome. I can do that.
Doesn't make a difference to me.
That's fine, and you can sit if you'd like. Now, I'll just read the second one. Under MGL 140, Section 58, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing in room 204 at the Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, on November 1st, 2021, at 7:40 p.m. on the application of Milldam Leasing Company, Inc. for a Class II auto dealer's license at 442 Great Road, Acton, Mass. 01720. From a computer, enter the link actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer app and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. Mr. Bertolome, please.
Good evening. I would like to ask to transfer, but the town of Acton doesn't transfer. You need to turn in the old licenses and apply for new ones, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The original licenses were issued in about 2012 from the Board of Selectmen at 107 Great Road, which is next to the car wash on the westerly side at Weatherby Plaza. There is a museum with vehicles and a leasing company, and we operate there. It's just gotten way too small, so we bought a building down 2A further, and it's zoned properly, and it has a lot of parking, a lot of room, so we're moving from one part of Acton to another. Selectmen in 2012 were very good. The Weatherby Plaza is zoned, not that you guys are, but the Weatherby Plaza is zoned East Acton Village. It's definitely not allowed for a license, but I was able to put cars in the showroom. We had the whole building at one time. And we were able to service on just an alcove of the building, which was way too small, but, you know, it took care of some important things whenever. So basically, that's what it's all about. We're taking from one location and moving it 2 miles down the road. But to follow the rules and the law, we're going to turn in 2 and apply for 2 licenses, that is. So I have some documentation if you'd like to hear it. You just want to see it, or you just like to ask some questions, you tell me.
So the things you filled out, we've seen those in the packet. Is there anything you'd like to call out as being, highlight here?
In your packet?
Yes.
In the packet for the hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing that we've changed since the hearing is we had a meeting with the building commissioner and the deputy fire today in regarding a sprinkler. That was the only thing we didn't agree on. And it's kind of twofold, but the bottom line is someday a sprinkler is going to have to go in that building, and we might as well do it now. So we've confirmed a sprinkler for that building to be ready by June 1 of 22, but I think it'll be rather a lot sooner. We'll do the inside work all first. The road closes November 15th of 21 and reopens approximately April 15th of 22. When I say closing, digging, putting plates on the road and so on. So we're not going to make anything as far as 21, but we'll be fully done in 22.
Thank you.
So there is a memo that I have, I believe you all have it, from Tom, the new building commissioner, and the deputy fire chief. Anita.
Yes.
You have that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good. Any questions?
Questions from members of the board? Dean?
Yeah, Mr. Bertolami, just for the audience, could you characterize exactly where the new facility is? Give us some landmarks that the general public might know.
Sure, it's the former Calco Corners. And those buildings down there were built basically like cookie cutters. They're all the same building, all the same parking, all the same layout. That is the 440, the dog next door, and then the antique shop, which used to be the Toyota Annex. The only one that's different is the old workers building, because it was much bigger. But that's where it's going, and it's a good wide open spot. And we just finished the building across the street, and we leased that to Acton Auto Boutique. I believe they were in front of you for a license some time ago.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? I have a few small questions. What's the difference between the two buildings, Mr. Bertolami? There's two separate licenses here?
Yes.
Two separate companies?
Yes.
What's the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the two?
You know, why isn't there just one license? You know,
Well, the leasing company's been around for 34 years, and I keep it. We don't do as much as we used to do. At one time, we did cruises here. We did the town manager's car. We did a lot of municipality work. We did the drug cars in Concord. You know, we don't really do too much of it anymore, but we're available to do it, and I didn't want to turn it, you know, get rid of it for a $100 license a year.
sure.
Or whatever it costs.
And what's the focus of the other?
The museum is something that shows, stores, and sells classic type automobiles, exotic type automobiles, different type of automobiles. And I'm not saying that, you know, it's anything different than any other dealer, but we try to only have one. And that's all what it's all about, and knock on wood, it works out well. Been doing that for quite a while now.
How many cars will you be keeping on site?
I'm sorry?
How many cars will you be keeping on site?
On normal parking, do you want to count the showroom or the outside or both or the
Both.
shop? Well, there's enough room for probably 15 in the showroom. There's 37 or 39 parked legal spaces outside. The shop probably holds maybe 8, 10, or 12. And the only thing we haven't brought up, which is fairly common in automobile dealerships, is the stack parking, one in front of another. So you'd have 3 rows of 9, you'd have 27 cars there. Now, we don't need that type of storage, but it's there. We have to apply for it through the select board, or definitely through the building department, and maybe they take it up as a site plan amend with you guys.
And finally, my last question, are you going to be doing service of cars in the shop? Is that?
What we do now is we recondition to the right side of the building, the east side, and then we look at them, set them up to send them out for service on the left side. We are not changing oil or doing anything of that sort. But when I built that building, I put an MDC gas trap, which is an oil-water separator with drains. So anything that slips out of the floor of the shop goes in the separator, and it's a tight tank. So it stays there and it gets pumped once a year. And I know that's kind of a lot, but anybody have a question on that, I can probably draw it out for you.
I think that's probably okay.
Probably everybody knows, I don't know, but I just thought I'd ask.
Before I open, one last chance for questions, Himija.
Yeah, one of the questions was pertaining to the license document. So it says here for question 5, if an association or a corporation state full names and residential addresses of the principal officers, and you have yourself listed for the president, secretary, and treasurer, so you're overseeing everything essentially?
Yes.
Okay. Just
And
wanted
keep in mind, they're small operations. The parking, the cars could be, 40, 50, 60, 70, but they're still a small operation, both
Okay.
of them.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions from the board. Any questions from members of the public? I see none in the room, and I see, sorry? I thought I saw a hand raised on. I don't see a hand raised online. So I don't see any questions. I will take first a motion to close the 440 Great Road hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor of closing the 440 Great Road hearing, say aye.
Aye.
And I'll take a motion to close the 442 Great Road hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's been made and seconded. All in favor of closing the 442 Great Road hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the hearings are now closed. Thank you, Mr. Bertolami. And so any final discussion before we vote?
These seem routine to me. I don't have any extra intervention or requirements on this.
Same here. I echo.
Okay. I will take a motion then to approve a Class 2 auto dealer's license at 440 Great Road in Acton by Northeast Collection, Inc.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor of approving the Class 2 auto dealer's license, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, and I'll take a motion to approve Class 2 auto dealer's license at 442 Great Road by Mildam Leasing, Inc.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're all
Okay,
set?
thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public hearing under MGL 1, sorry, wrong one. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on October 4th, 2021 at 7:40 PM, continued from September 20th, 2021, in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, Room 204 at Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/BOS on the application of John Perkins for a site plan special permit and use special permit under zoning bylaw 3.3.4, 10.4, and 10.3.5 at 9 School Street. Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online at Acton Town Hall and at doc.actonma.gov/ds/web/view/collection-13912. Looks like there's a presentation.
Yes. Hi. For the record, Molly Obendorf with Stansky McNary. I'm representing John Perkins, who is the applicant and owner of 9 School Street. We last met with the board about a month ago, and the building is a 6-unit single building, parking in the back, and at the last meeting, we had just received peer review comments, and we have, this is a revised plan, we've since responded to his peer review comments. And the board was also interested in the water impact report. The applicant has submitted the water impact report to the Acton Water District, and is working with the Acton Water District in regard to that. Also, the board was, I believe, interested in turning templates for passenger cars getting in to just park in the rear of the building. Those have been provided in this revised plan. I'll pull them up. Basically just shows that cars can turn in and out of the spaces without any difficulty and stay on the pavement. The peer reviewer also mentioned having the conflict of another car parked in the space while maneuvering in and out. So we have provided these templates as well, vehicle entering and a vehicle exiting. We did receive additional peer review comments today, which we haven't had a chance to respond to yet, obviously, but they are all comments that are addressable, and we will work with the peer reviewer, GCG Associates, to answer all of their concerns and comments. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Do you have additional comments or?
The last meeting, on this part or anything else? At the last meeting, we had talked about the fuel source for the building, and somebody had sent me some information on a webinar that the town was putting on with BODE. So I did that webinar and actually had a meeting with a BODE not too long ago, and I'm fine with going with all-electric heat pumps, all-electric heat source.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Any questions from members of the board?
So, yeah, I noted the timing of the peer review report, just as Molly did, that it came out so recently. And there were questions there that were raised that I would really like to see resolved. The ADA compliance on the sidewalks, the cross slope is too high. What were the others that were particularly, there were some sewer changes, and that basically that the stormwater regulations that apply are more intense and complete than the stormwater regulations as understood at the time of developing the plan. So there might need to be additional changes there. I guess in general, I would like to see the peer review comments, specifically addressed before I'd be ready to, vote on the application.
Dean, please.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to go through the peer review, but it occurs to me that, these seem to be, from what I understand from your comments, fairly minor adjustments. And I think that I'd be in favor of approving the site plan at this point with the proviso that the town planner and appropriate town staff work with the developer and with the engineer to make sure that all of these are addressed, rather than delay this even further. Now, Mr. Perkins has been pretty understanding, and we've already delayed him a couple of months on this. Time marches on. We're getting out of the construction season, and I think that I'd be comfortable with relying on town staff to resolve those final issues, which I think has been the pretty common practice in the past.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do we have draft approval documents with any conditions?
Planning Director Kristen Guichard is with us in the Zoom room. If we could bring her into the conversation.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
So we do not have a draft decision, but it could be easily crafted pretty quickly. I'm here to help answer your questions if you have any.
So there are two different documents here, the site plan special permit and the use special permit. I assume that the peer review comments go towards the site plan special permit. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions by members of the board? Hamaja?
Can you give us an update on if there have been any water studies? I see here that there was an assessment done on stormwater and water balance calculations and things like that. Can you give us any more updates?
That would be Molly.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many updates on that. The stormwater is being mitigated, and we are working with the peer reviewer to resolve any comments and concerns that they have with regards to the stormwater management system. And, we'll work with them to resolve all of those issues and make sure that everyone's on the same page.
Thank you. Jim?
This guess is a question for Kristen. If you've been a part of this conversation about the peer review comments and the applicant's response to them, and how you would characterize those conversations. Are these minor changes? Are they major changes? Are they changes that would potentially, change the project in such a way that, it might not even go forward? I wasn't able to evaluate that. And I was wondering if, Kristen, you had any thoughts about that.
Sure, it's a really good question. That's actually the exact question that I ask of the peer reviewer before we get to these meetings, so I can kind of help inform a little bit more. So the peer review comments, I would consider them at this point minor in nature, and that they could be addressed through conditions in a way that wouldn't require for relocation of buildings or change in the layout. One of the items that was pointed out is the relocation of the sewer and the sewer line and the water line, but there are several different alternatives in order to address that. It's just up to the applicant, which I think one is just essentially doing different cuts from individual units. The other issues, the design review engineer didn't point them out to me as being, major issues and really just things that need to be corrected.
So, Kristen, do you have a suggestion for conditions if we wanted to do that? Should we approve it conditioned on the planning division being satisfied with addressing of those issues?
Yeah, so you could, approve based on basically you could say that the applicant shall address any outstanding conditions in the memo outlined by, by GCG, the town's consulting and engineer, and any other comments from town staff review memos. I think that's really the last one that's really remaining at this point. The fire department is all set with the access, and I think that our comments have all been addressed as well. So I think that would be a pretty clear way and a decision that you could kind of catch everything.
Okay. Jim, you had mentioned earlier the AHA sidewalk.
The ADA requirements about
ADA
grade
sidewalk.
change. Yeah, there's some grade change issues where the ADA requirement is to have up to a 2% cross slope, and right now there's sometimes 11, sometimes 13, kind of sliding off the sidewalk kind of angles. And I just didn't know if that was a major change or an easy change. It's
I'll speak up here. It's a change that's easily done. So that's something that we will absolutely address with the plan revisions.
There was one other one that concerned me that I didn't understand, which was because we're in partly in the riverfront area, the all new impervious area should comply to full MSH standards, whatever MSH is. Okay, so it seemed like there were new rules that were going to apply to the drainage, and I didn't know if that was going to require major changes.
I will also chime in here. That doesn't require major changes. MSH is the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook.
Thank you.
Guidelines that we go by. So that is something that, we'll work with the peer reviewer to resolve and make sure everyone's in agreement on that.
So, yeah, I guess there are cases where I would want to make sure that all the Ts are crossed and the Is dotted before proceeding with a permit. This is not one of those cases. My experience with the developer and with the engineers has been very positive. We don't have a history of, lack of compliance. There's, so I'm okay with proceeding this way as long as we understand that there might be other hearings where I'm going to be much more insistent on making sure that changes all show up in the plans and are written down before we agree to proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry about that. Just one more quick question. Looking at the other permits and variances section, 3.4, it says that the required permits under Acton Board of Health is the sewer connection permit, and there's also an amended order of conditions under Acton Natural Resources. They don't say that those have been obtained yet. I'm wondering if that's still pending.
Yep, that's a great question. So we did receive an amended order of conditions from the Conservation Commission, and the sewer has been reviewed, and Chin has signed off on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any comments from members of the public? Either in the room or online? I see one.
We have one from Acton Water.
Yeah, please go ahead, Matt, with that.
Yeah, hi, this is Chris Allen, District Manager with the Acton Water District. Having reviewed this plan, I'm just curious from Molly. The utilities in the front of the building look very busy. I'm curious what the plan is for the water and sewer lines. Look like they're crossing each other in multiple spots. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so there was, as Kristen mentioned, there's one option to do separate services for each of the units. We originally had the water going in the back, separated from the sewer, but that wasn't an ideal situation because it was going under the deck, and I know the Acton Water District has had concerns about that in the past. So the alternative was to have it in the front with the other utilities, including sewer, and just having to sleeve the water line because it would be, within 10 feet of the sewer. So, we want to work with you on that. We want to make sure everyone's on the same page and in agreement on the plan. But there are alternatives that we can explore to address those concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from members of the public? Either online or in the room? Okay, I will take a motion to close the public hearing for 9 School Street.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of closing this public hearing, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed. Any final discussion from members of the board?
Just my deep appreciation that you explored heat pumps with Abode and decided to go ahead with doing all electric heating and cooling. That's a rapid learning curve to go through, and I appreciate your willingness to do that. Good. Yeah, the Abode folks are amazing. Yeah, for those that don't know, Abode is a contractor that the town has a contract with to give people advice on electric heating and cooling, such as heat pumps and ground source heat pumps, and they've been great, and I'm glad they were helpful for you too.
I want to echo what Jim just said. That's huge.
Yes, I agree with that as well. Thank you. So if there are no more comments, I would take a motion to approve the site plan special permit and use special permit for 9 School Street under zoning bylaw 3.3.4, 10.4, and 10.3.5. Conditioned that the applicant shall address GCG peer review comments and staff issues to the satisfaction of town staff.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any final discussion? All in favor of the motion as read, say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, our next item is a presentation of the proposed Hayward Road Main Street intersection design.
For this presentation, we're going to bring Director Corey York into the room and our consultant from, that worked with us on this project, who's here now.
Good evening.
And I think he needs to share his screen, Bob. No.
Can you see my screen?
We can see you, but we
me,
can't see your
and I
screen.
can definitely share my screen. Share screen.
And just to set this up while that's getting started, so this is a project that we've been working on and Corey's been working on for a few years now, and this design we're presenting is based on the direction that we received from the board within the last year or so.
Please go ahead, and we're looking forward to hearing about it.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Bob Statopoulos. I'm a senior traffic engineer with Howard Stein Hudson, and the project manager for this intersection improvement project. With me tonight, I also have Erin Reed, who's in the meeting here, our public involvement specialist, who will help with taking some meeting notes and recording the questions we receive at the end of this presentation. Before I get to the agenda, I would like to say that the design you'll see in this presentation is not close to like a final design. We've worked with the town officials to create a preliminary 25% design, but we still we are looking for some input to refine it and maybe even improve it, and hope we can hear from the public tonight on that. So to go through the agenda, we'll take you first through a project overview. We'll discuss why the project was initiated. Then we'll go over the existing conditions and discuss some issues we've discovered through our own studies, but also others we have heard from you, the public, in the past through some of the other meetings we've done. We'll discuss the project goals, go over the two similar alternatives that we studied, and discuss the preferred alternative and its design, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. So why was this project initiated? As you may know, there's been quite a few studies at this intersection of Hayward Road and Main Street. The very first one a few years back, I believe 2008, looked at providing a signal over here, but also looked at widening the Hayward Road approach to the intersection, which, as you know, today it is widened and it provided a right turn on the lane on Hayward Road. Then there was also a rectangular rapid flashing beacon that was installed on the Main Street crosswalk on the south side of the intersection of Hayward Road. That was in response to a crash that happened with the pedestrian on that crosswalk in order to improve its safety. So there's been some work and there's been some studies already happening over there, including the Hayward Road Safety Improvement Study that we at Hudson had done a couple of years back. And in that safety improvements study, we actually looked into a signal warrants analysis at this intersection. What the signal warrants analysis involves, that analysis uses warrants that are listed in the manual or uniform traffic control devices, a national guidance document that sets up some uniformity for signs, signals, and pavement markings to be used on streets throughout the country, and hopefully provides a concise and consistent message to all the drivers on how to use the roads. These warrants that the manual provides look at vehicular traffic volumes, pedestrian volumes, crash data, and other intersection information in order to determine if the signal is justified. And I'm saying just justified because we still need to do the engineering due diligence, the engineering study to see if you can actually, or you should actually install a signal or not. So that study as well, the old one, the signal warrant analysis that was done, did show that the signal is justified. So now we have to move into other things that we need to look into to see if we should be actually installing a signal. We'll go over those which are the intersection safety and operation issues, which I will discuss next. And to add to that, there's also the Main Street Complete Streets project that started in fiscal year 2017. That starts at Route 2 and goes to the Acton Center. It will try to provide some complete streets elements such as sidewalks where they may be missing, crosswalks where they may be needed, and even bike lanes or some type of bike accommodations as is feasible throughout this piece of the Main Street corridor. Going over the existing conditions of the road, if you drive this through this intersection every day, you know on Main Street going northbound, you have just one lane as you're heading towards the town center to even continue through the intersection and take a left onto Hayward Road. If you're going southbound towards the Route 2, you have two lanes, one to continue on southbound and one to take a right into Hayward Road. And Hayward Road itself, as I mentioned before, provides a right turn only lane and another lane where you can make a left turn out of and continue northbound. Again, what I mentioned before, we have a crosswalk across Main Street on the south side of the intersection, and there's another crosswalk across Hayward Road. There are sidewalks on Main Street on the right side of the road. On the left side, the sidewalk does stop as you cross Hayward Road, but continues on Hayward Road. There's no sidewalk that continues down Main Street. There is also a bit of a wide shoulder on Main Street as you approach the Hayward Road intersection going northbound. When we are talking about existing issues, what we have heard and we've seen from our own studies, we've heard about the speeding on Main Street. People are speeding through this intersection, which makes it tough to get out of Hayward Road or even make a left turn into Hayward Road from Main Street. We've heard of the safety concerns, and we even received the crash reports from the town that have indicated a pedestrian crash back in 2017, but also the intersection, although it provides two crosswalks, it's still tough to complete those crossings, especially with those speeds, and not being able to see all the cars coming around some of the curves on Main Street, like the one right on the north side of Hayward Road. Then when it comes to bicycles, although there were no crashes, they as well don't have any accommodations throughout this intersection here. And if they wanted to make a turn out of Hayward Road or into Hayward Road, especially the left turn, there's no safe way for them to do that unless they act as a pedestrian, get off their bike and use the crosswalks. And then for vehicles, the crash reports that we got from town had shown that angle crashes are pretty prominent over here. And those were types of crashes that occurred between vehicles trying to exit Hayward Road and enter Main Street as a left turn or even as a right turn, or people trying to make a left turn into Hayward Road. Those were the types of angle crashes that we saw through those reports. Furthermore, we heard about excessive delays in Hayward Road. As our analysis that we'll show later shows that the left turn seems to have a hard time trying to get out of there in a good amount of time. This is a bit of delay. And we heard also that the Hayward Road may be used as a cut-through. Maybe coming from Arlington Street and all the way over here to Main Street and access Route 2 or vice versa. But we did hear that, so that's one thing we have to consider as we're trying to resolve, to help address some of these issues of the design. Then we looked into the operations, how this intersection really operates with all the movements occurring here today. Most of the movements, especially on Main Street, see less than 10 seconds of delay. And the letters that you do see over here are a level of service that is used in traffic engineering, which correspond to specific amounts of delay, as you can see by the legend over here. So the level of service A that you see for most of the movements through the intersection corresponds to less than 10 minutes of, 10 seconds of delay, whereas the level of service B corresponds to between 10 and 15 seconds, and the F that we see for the left turn out of Hayward Road corresponds to over 50 seconds of delay. Our analysis showed that that left turn actually experiences just over 3 minutes of delay. In the past meetings that we had and included this intersection, we did hear about the same delay experience by drivers trying to get out of Hayward Road. I should note that these thresholds, these time thresholds that you see for the level of service correspond to an intersection that is unsignalized. As this intersection is today, only Hayward Road has a stop sign, and Main Street has it has the free flow, the right of way, and the the side streets that you see over here, as with the 2 A's, and both in the morning and evening peak, is the private driveway that is basically within this intersection. So that operates pretty well. Today it sees very low volume being a private driveway. Then I wanted to talk a little bit about pedestrian and bicycle utilization through this area. The map that you see up right now is a map that I grabbed from the Strava app, S-T-R-A-V-A. It's an app, a fitness app, where people can go ahead and log in the miles that they either ran or biked or even walked, and kind of show to their friends what route they followed by doing each one of those activities. So what Strava does, it just looks at the route you followed. It doesn't see your destination or where you started from. It just looks at the route that you followed. And if that route is being used a lot, you'll see this red color. That means there's a lot of activity on Hayward Road, on Main Street, Musket Drive, and Kaufman Street. All these streets see a lot of pedestrian activity. Main Street sees not as much as the rest of it, but close to. And that might be because the missing sidewalk on the west side of the road. There is a sidewalk on the east side of the road. Also, there's not much really to go to until you pass through 2 and end up in the West Acton area for any destination. So maybe that's why it doesn't see that much activity as compared to the other areas, but still there is some activity there as well. Over to the bicycle utilization, again using the same app and the heat map that you can find actually on their website, strava.com. You can see again Main Street in red, so there's bicycles using Main Street as well as Hayward Road. So there is some bicycles using these streets, and without any appropriate accommodations, they still are using the streets. So it will be important to try to give them some type of accommodations to keep them safe while they are using the streets. Now to move over to the project goals. What is this project trying to accomplish? It will look to address the following issues: reduce speeds on Main Street, get things to be a little bit safer out there, improve intersection safety, reduce delays on Hayward Road, and hopefully address some of those cut-through concerns as well. You may see how one may negate the other. If I'm trying to make Hayward Road a little bit better, reduce the delay, how can I hope to reduce the cut-through volume as well? Our thought was pretty simple, and you see when we get into the design of the 2 alternatives. The project will also try to help and improve on some of the track maneuvers that happen through this intersection. As you know, trucks are turning into and out of Hayward Road because they're trying to get to the Heights Corporations down halfway and across from the high school. on Hayward Road. And it will also help with meeting some of the initiatives of the Complete Streets project, which is to provide those pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. So the two alternatives we looked into when it comes to the signal, we named them pretty simple as providing a left turn lane on Main Street or not providing a left turn on Main Street. Both of these alternatives are pretty similar. The only difference is really that the left turn on Main Street, if we're providing it or not. Both will look at eliminating the right turn lane, and I'll on here where the road is found, and I'll explain why we thought that's a good thing to do. Provide exclusive pedestrian phase. That phase will actually stop all vehicular movement and allow pedestrians to go, and some bicycle movements as well to occur. So there's no conflict whatsoever with any vehicles, it's just bicycles and pedestrians that can move during this phase. And it will look into providing, both of these alternatives will look into providing bike lanes, bike crossings, and bike left turning boxes. And I'll explain what that is in a little bit. One thing I do want to mention is that when we started to look into these two alternatives, the project originally spanned from the second driveway of the public safety facility, the one that's closest to the intersection, and ended at the crosswalk that's across Main Street at the Musket Drive intersection, just south of that intersection. Through some of these iterations and moving into doing the preliminary 25% design, the town has actually asked us to extend the northern limit and continue some of those bike and pedestrian accommodations through the Musket Drive and Coffin Street intersections to stop just north of that Coffin Street intersection, and you'll see that plan towards the end. So the first alternative, I'll walk you through some of the lines and the colors first, and then explain first, after that, what are the accommodations you're seeing through here. The magenta line all the way outside of the roadway is the right-of-way that the town owns today, and where they're able to build for any roadway improvements. The light gray color that you see on the edge of the streets, on the street over here, is the sidewalk. The dark gray color is the roadway pavement, and the solid or the dashed greens that you see here, those are the bike lanes and the bike crossings, or even a waiting area where a bike is waiting to complete a left turn lane, as this little box over here, if you were to make a left turn into Hayward Road. So you can see the bike lanes right on what it is technically a shoulder here, but it's a 5-foot wide bike lane on the other side of Main Street. We did provide it on Hayward Road on the side of the street that approaches the intersection, but not on the one that goes that is the intersection, as it wouldn't have anything to connect into. But they can use the full width of the roadway as they do today. Then we have the left turn lane on Main Street. You can see it right here in order to enter Hayward Road. The reason for having the stop line pushed back compared to how the through lane is, and the stop line for that is, it is for the Hayward Road right turn trucks. They need quite a bit of space in order to complete their turn, and their turn will not encroach on any vehicular travel lane. That's why we push back that stop bar in order so they don't have to get into the left turn lane as they're trying to make their maneuver. As I mentioned before, there's no right turn lane on Hayward Road. The idea behind this is twofold. It is safety. We heard from the crash, we read in the crash reports that people, when a truck is trying to make a right turn, the truck is actually using what is supposed to be the left turn lane, because they need that space to maneuver and come down Main Street. They're using the left turn lane in order to maneuver and make that turn without going over the sidewalk or going into any other travel lanes. A lot of drivers take that as they're making a left turn, and they try to cut them on the right turn lane, thus getting into a little crash between the turning truck and the turning vehicle that way. So by taking away that lane, now we're having your way behind that truck, and you won't cut them on the right side as they're trying to make their turn. Then the other reason would be to actually discourage some of that cut with traffic. Seeing that right turn operates pretty well, and maybe some of that cut with traffic is actually doing that right turn, by putting it behind somebody that has to wait at the light in order to get the green and get out of Hayward Road, that gives you a little bit of delay compared to what is happening today for you. You're waiting only about 10 to 20 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. Now you have to wait a little bit longer because you have to wait for that green light to come up. And the other thing we did was add the pedestrian crossing on the north side of the intersection. So now you have a complete connection for the pedestrians. This crossing was missing today, but now with sidewalks being on both sides of the street, it just gives you more options to cross the road at any point you'd like, and not try to do cross Hayward Road and then Main Street, or vice versa if you need to get on the other side of the intersection in the street. And for the bikes, the crossings that are happening here, they are dashed within the intersections. There may be a crossing vehicle, but not at the same time that the bikes are going. For example, if you're going southbound, you are in between the through and the right turning vehicle. And then there may be a left turn happening here, as we're hoping to allow that after protected spaces happen, after they got the green arrow. We're hoping to provide a flashing yellow arrow. You may have seen them on other cities, but the flashing yellow arrow just tells you there is oncoming traffic, and just wait for a good gap for you to complete the left turn. So that's the reason for those lines, the green lines being dashed here. On the right side of the road, you still have the driveway, as I mentioned before. So as the people, all that residents need to come in and out of the driveway, there's technically a conflict, even if there's no bicycles going at the same time that the driveway may come out. That's why we need to provide the dashed lines here. Similar for that dashed line over here crosses the bike lane on the right turn. As the right turn is going to cross over the bike lane and get into that pocket, they are going over that bike lane, so that's why we provided the dashed lines over here as well. And the bike boxes you do see here in front of Hayward Road and in front of the driveway, just gets the bicycles in front of stopped vehicles and gets them first to complete some turning maneuvers, like the left turn to continue on Main Street northbound, or the left turn to go into Hayward Road. Many of these things are going to be pretty similar with the appendix number 2, so that's why I'm spending quite a bit of time over here to explain this. And I mentioned before, the only difference was the left turn lane that doesn't exist on the appendix 2. Moving over to what we noticed as operations or the amount of delay you can expect to experience at the signal right here. Before I get into the actual details, I should mention that what I had shown you before for the existing conditions was with traffic volumes that we collected in 2019. Typical traffic engineering practice is when we're looking into analyzing the design or the proposed alternative, you look into the future conditions and the future traffic volumes. And in this case, we looked into a 10-year horizon. So we went into 2029, and we had to also grow those volumes, considering just background growth the town may experience, growth in the population, such as growth in the population, and just more people driving through the area from the neighboring communities in order to go to work or go back home. And we looked into planned private developments, as the one being the Acton senior housing development that is pretty close to the Route 2 ramp south here on Main Street. So we took those into considerations. We grew the 2019 volumes to 2029, The operations that we saw for the existing conditions are pretty similar to the no build, maybe with just more delay on Hayward Road. So when you're thinking about that, you saw the level service F on the left turn, but the main street was operating at level service A. And comparing that to alternative 1 in the future, we do see that Main Street northbound goes to a level service B, still pretty good because the delay is only about another 10 seconds, between 10 to 20 seconds with a level service B. Main Street southbound goes to a level service C, which now is a 20 to 35 second delay. Still not bad as you will see Hayward Road. This is not as bad as it was before on with stop conditions it is today. The level service E that will be experienced in the morning is between 55 and 80 seconds of delay, and the D, in the parentheses, the PM, the evening peak hour, is between 35 and 55 seconds of delay. So we see quite a bit of an improvement on Hayward Road. There is a bit more delay on the Main Street, but nothing that would be considered extreme, especially when we're thinking about putting a signal in here. And the private driveway, let's not forget that. You will see an increase going up to a 20 to 35 second window delay. But again, because it doesn't see as much traffic being private driveway, and that light will come up only when it's called. It's really when do they get up to the light to call their phase. That's the delay that we'll see. Then to go over the queues that can be expected. The blue lines here represent what's the average queue that can be expected, whereas the magenta lines show the maximum queue that can be expected, and this is during the morning peak hour. I'm only showing the Main Street the queues for the through movement and not the left or the right turn movements, just for clarity and because most of the traffic is going through on this road. I know the magenta lines, the maximum queues may seem a bit long, but I would like you to look at the whole picture. If the average queue is smaller than what the maximum queue that you can experience at the intersection is, you really see a queue in between these two numbers throughout this 1 hour that we've analyzed in the morning. And this is the busiest 1 hour that we've analyzed. These queues, the maximum queues, can be experienced in the moment in the peak hour where most of the traffic is going through this intersection. For example, if you have 1,000 vehicles going through this intersection in the entire morning peak hour, and the most traffic goes through here is 800 vehicles, that will be the moment that you would see these long queues. So they're not queues that will last the entire hour. Then they will be experienced at a specific point in that hour, and then they will dissipate and go in between the average queue and this max queue, but they won't go, there won't be this max queue the entire time. And for the evening peak hour, we see that on Main Street, the queue remains about the same, but however, the southbound queue is reduced a little bit, as well as the Hayward Road is reduced a little bit compared to the morning. So what does the first alternative do? What issues does it address? The speeds. We're looking into using what's called the road diet, which in this case would be to actually narrow down the lanes as much as possible, the travel lanes as much as possible. It seems that out there, most of Main Street is around the 11-foot mark. There are some areas within this intersection that goes above 12 feet. Excuse me. And there is a wide shoulder now on the Main Street northbound approach. Not as a bike lane, and it may be used by vehicles just sneaking around the people that are trying to take a left turn to Hayward Road. So this alternative is trying to really assign the space to all users as much as possible as we can. So the road diet can do so much. It can expect it to reduce a little bit the speeds, but we're also thinking that some additional speed limit signs as you approach the signal and speed feedback signs, the one that flash at you your speed, can help reduce further those speeds. Then when it comes to safety, a signal and one that provides you with a protected left turn phases, this one will with its left turn lane, can reduce angle crashes. So that being the most prominent crash we see here today at this intersection, the signal can help reduce those angle crashes. The signal will also help increase pedestrian safety. As I mentioned before, it's an exclusive pedestrian phase where all cars have to stop because they will get the red indication, and then the pedestrians will get the walk indication and cross any crosswalk they need to cross at that time. I should also mention that that's the point where the bicycles can also cross, but we also improve their accommodations, their connectivity through the intersection with the bike crossings and the bike boxes and the bike lanes that we're providing. And as you already seen through the previous slides, Hayward Road will see is expected to see some reduced speed limits. And with the removal of the right turn lane, the turning safety from that approach is expected to increase since now we don't have that cutting off of the truck turning from the right side of the road. As for the cut-through, I already mentioned that before, we're hoping to manage it with the removal of the right turn lane, but also if we want to artificially create a little bit more delay on Hayward Road, more than what is expected right now, you can do that with a signal that can be up for discussion more with the town and also what we hear back from you. When it comes to the track maneuvers, we've modified the approach of Hayward Road and the receiving lane actually too, to allow those track maneuvers to happen without encroaching on any travel lanes. Thus, the pushed back stop line that you saw on Main Street to the left turn lane. But we also removed the raised median that Hayward Road has today, as we've heard that the trucks sometimes end up going over it. So now with the painted median, you don't have to worry about that, but they never do encroach on the Hayward Road approach lane. And with the complete pedestrian and bicycle accommodations to this intersection, we help meet some of the initiatives of that code. Going over to the second alternative, as I mentioned before, it's pretty similar with the difference of not having the left-hand lane. The other little difference here was the previous alternative showed a little bit of a buffer between the Hayward Road bike lane and the travel lane from on Hayward Road, the particular lane on Hayward Road. And we did minimize a little bit the painted median that we had shown before. So what that did was it showed us that we can actually have about 23.5 feet of available space here that could open it up to 2 lanes in case that right turn lane is really wanted. It's something that you cannot do without. You could probably provide it, but we suggest against it because of that safety that we mentioned before, and it will probably add more cut-through traffic if you are providing that right turn lane right here. We wanted to show that if that really is something that people want to see, it could be provided if that approach is adjusted accordingly. That's what we saw under alternative 2. The rest of the accommodations and everything else is pretty much similar to alternative 1, so I won't spend too much time on this slide. When it comes to the operations, we do see a little bit more degradation on Main Street compared to the previous alternative. It does go down to level of service C, the 20 to 35 second delay window in the morning. The evening is not as bad. It stays at a 10 to 20 seconds delay window. However, Hayward Road, if you did consider that approach as still a 1-lane approach that is wide enough, we still analyze it as a 1-lane approach. Their delay goes above the 80-second threshold, which is the level of service at. It does not reach what we saw before under the existing conditions, but it did get close to 100 seconds. So it's still quite a bit of delay, still better than what it was though under existing. And the driveway will go at worst up to level 7B, which is the evening peak hour, between 35 and 55 seconds of delay. When we're looking at the queues in the morning, we do see Main Street northbound getting a bit worse than what the other alternatives showed. It gets up to the 956 feet, which is pretty close to the Route 2 off-ramp to get onto Main Street northbound. The other two roadways, they do see some increase, but not as much as Main Street. When we're talking about those maximum queues, again, as I mentioned before, that's something that can happen during when most of the traffic comes through here. But yeah, they're not as long as this Main Street or even as before. They're about similar queues with the alternative one. In the evening, again, Main Street remains just about as long as in the morning when we were thinking about the maximum queue. The Main Street southbound does go pretty long compared to alternative 2, but Hayward Road is about the same with this alternative. So the similar issues are being addressed with this alternative as well. I already mentioned them before. The only thing was with Hayward Road, that delay is not reduced as much as you saw in the first alternative. And as I pointed out before, Main Street is expected to see more delay in queues. And again, the track maneuver result can still be helped with this alternative as well, as we do help meet the complete street initiatives with the bike lanes and the pedestrian sidewalks and crosswalks. So after we had gone through those alternatives and we discussed further with the town what should we move forward with, we decided to go ahead with the left turn lane on Main Street alternative. And as I mentioned before, the discussion of the alternatives, we did include the portion of Main Street that goes all the way up to past Coughlin Street, with similar improvements. The sidewalk on the east side of Main Street, the bottom side over here, as you see it. The sidewalk on the west side ended at the Master Drive, it didn't cross the street. That doesn't mean that it cannot be provided if it is something that people would like to see. The bike lanes do continue all the way to past Coughlin Street, and they do start just north of Coughlin Street and continue down south. We still retain the bike crossings through the intersection, the bike box in front of the Hayward Road approach and in front of the driveway, and that bike crossing over here between the right turn lane and the bikes. Everything else is the same. This part was the only thing that was added. The one thing I did want to point out, what this alternative does, and based on the restrictions that we have on this roadway being if you do see the little blue square here, that's ledge or a big boulder that exists right now in the ground in this corner of the intersection. Similar ledge like this is along the roadway on Main Street here on the back of the sidewalk. So that kind of drove us into keeping the northbound approach in this alignment, on this side of the road, without really pushing into these properties on the south, on the east side of the road. Unfortunately, we did have to push a little bit into the property on the west side of the road to provide the sidewalk and the bike lane and the left turn lane in order to avoid the impacts to this ledge right here. And we're talking about 185 feet of impact that will look to replace or move back and provide new but similar looking type of wall that is over there today with those stones, the stone wall. And we'll work with the landscaping to tie in to the property's landscaping and not have it look at all different. But that was all in order to keep this alignment on this northbound through lane and in about as straight a way as possible and avoid the ledges down here because it's pretty much close to the back of sidewalk. If I had to move this down this way in order to avoid too much impact on this property, we're talking about having to dig up a lot of boulders and rocks through this stretch of the roadway in order to avoid a lot of that work. But at the same time, it wasn't only the sidewalk and the biking, it was also to accommodate these right turns so that trucks are happening without impacting also this ledge that drove in a lot of these impacts right here. So that is my presentation. I will move over to the questions slide that has Aaron's information in case you and the public have more questions that we have not heard through the board or through Corey that has been working to get us comments on this design. Please email her or call her after this meeting if we don't get all the questions. And we'll make sure to record all of them and get you questions as soon as we can, if we can answer all those questions. At this point, I'd like to open it up to any questions from the board and anyone else.
Thank you. Director York, is there anything you'd like to say before we begin discussing and ask questions?
Actually, yeah, Bob pretty much covered it all. Like John had said, we've been looking at this over the number of years, different studies, looking at trying to make improvements. It's been a difficult intersection for a lot of people, and it did come up as a Board of Selectmen goal in 2020. So it's something that we've been pursuing, trying to sort of hit all those sort of target objectives to make it safer and easier for all modes of traffic to get through. So we're looking forward to questions and comments and try to make an improvement here that will help.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the board? Jim.
I was wondering if we had, and sorry, you may have already explained this, but I was wondering if we had statistically significant data about pedestrian safety improvements or car safety improvements since the widening of the road and the addition of the rapid flashing beacon.
You mean since those were added, if things improved safety-wise since then?
Yes.
I do not have exact numbers for that. I do have to say, since we do still see some of those angle crashes occurring from those turns, it seems that even with that right turn lane on Hayward Road added, then it may have helped them out, but it seems that your left turn still experiences some problems, that they can't get out as easy, and they can't find good gaps on the through movements to get out of there, to get out of Hayward Road. And for the pedestrians, I think the fact that you actually still, that you got that pedestrian crash before the RB was installed or not, but we haven't heard anything after that. And the triangle flashing beacon was installed in 2017 after that crash had happened. The data that we have after that, we're not seeing any such pedestrian crash. So I think over there, at least you can see that that has helped for that crossing right there. But I cannot provide anything statistically for the turning crashes, especially since they're still occurring.
Okay, thanks. Next question was, you talked about a concern about cut-throughs, but I don't think I understand exactly what the cut-through is or means. People are turning onto Hayward from Main Street in order to get from somewhere to somewhere else in some way that's not okay? Can you explain what that is?
From what we had heard in the past public meetings that we had done, that's basically the concern is either people are coming from Arlington Street, cutting all the way through Hayward Road and coming down Main Street to go to Route 2, or maybe even head up north to the town center and other destinations. and vice versa, come back in the evening and enter Hayward Road and get onto the other side of town.
And is that a problem in some way? I guess I don't understand why it's a problem. Like if I want to get from West Acton to Acton Center, it would seem very normal to go through Hayward Road.
It was notified, it was mentioned as a problem from the residents that do live on the Hayward Road, especially since that safety improvement study we have done there. Also noticed that traffic that goes to the Hayward Road sees high speed as well. Like the traffic that goes through there goes pretty fast. And if you're just trying to get to a destination that's beyond houses on the neighborhood here on Hayward Road, you're trying to avoid some traffic, you're going down Hayward Road pretty fast because it doesn't really see that much traffic aside from the neighborhood traffic right here. But yes, I think that was the safety concern that was related to this. People going through here to cut through, avoid other areas that may see delays and the speed through this area as well, through Hayward Road, I should say.
Okay. So I think just had a couple more questions. One is, you talked about projecting traffic out to 2029 in order to figure out what the delays would be, and that your assumption was that during that time that there would be a steady increase in traffic. I guess I wanted to challenge that notion for a couple reasons. One is that growth in Acton is at this point mostly Great Road and north. I'm not sure we're seeing that much additional traffic coming down Main Street. In fact, the numbers look like there was a decrease. Now, some of that decrease was presumably because of the pandemic slowdown. But I also think that there's two other factors at play here. One is that the increased work at home that's happening, that started because of the pandemic, a lot of that is going to continue, it seems like. I think we're not going to necessarily see a big increase in commuter traffic. The last thing is that we are slowly attempting to turn the corner on on vehicle use as we improve bike lanes, as we improve public transit. We are hoping to see not the continuation of normal trends into the future. We're hoping to see a turnaround. So I guess what I'm wondering is is there a way to characterize what would happen in these intersections if there wasn't an increase, if the traffic we saw now is about the traffic we're going to see?
Thank you for that question. That's a very good question, actually, especially given the times that we live in right now with COVID pandemic and whatnot. We try as much as possible to follow what the state guidelines are, and what the state tries to do is still look into projections and push traffic, see how things will look if traffic were to increase. So although as things are changing continuously, as we're going through the pandemic and things are winding down with that, but there are people that are still working at home, like you mentioned. Things may change, but there's nothing that has suggested to change how to do this type of analysis and consider background growth and the planned developments. There haven't been enough data to tell us to change our methodology of doing that. However, you do bring out that good point that really you're not going to see that growth as more people are working from home. There may have been a problem with the project if we were just saying we need more lanes because we're getting a lot more traffic through here. Thankfully, we're not doing that. What we're doing with the project is trying to improve the safety. That left lane that I'm adding, the left lane that we're proposing on Main Street northbound is more to improve the safety of that left turn that has a hard time coming into Hayward Road. I took out the right turn on Hayward Road in order to hopefully cut through traffic, reduce that cut through traffic that we heard before. but also help the trucks make their turning maneuvers easier without having to worry somebody cutting them off on the right, but they still don't see a lot of delay. You saw the operations that I brought up based on those future volumes, the grown volumes. So if we don't see that vehicular increase, you may not even see that maximum queue that I showed. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is I showed you a conservative estimate of what if you were to get that increase, what the operations in the queues at the intersection can look like. But if you're not going to reach there, things may actually be better than what I'm projecting, which I think only helps the case that the signal can help the safety of the intersection without really impacting operations that much.
Last question. You mentioned the standard analysis that one goes through to decide if a traffic signal is called for. I guess the jargon phrase is warrant, that those are a series of measurements that calculations that indicate whether a traffic signal is warranted or not. And is that analysis dependent on a predicted increase in traffic, or would the warrant for needing a traffic signal still be true with the current traffic levels?
Well, that's a two-part question. You can do those warrants either with the existing volumes or with the projected ones. As a study for your own self, you will see that, well, existing volumes don't seem to meet, but if you knew that you will be getting some increase in volume, would it meet in the future? So if you were to reconstruct an intersection, maybe you prepare it to put the signal in the future. For this specific intersection, the signal warrants analysis that we did was with the 2019 traffic volumes, and it did meet the warrants then. It met even in the past with that old analysis that happened in 2008. So this intersection has been meeting warrants for quite a while. Unless they've been decreased drastically due to COVID, I still see that being kind of true. We'd have to look into how things are today out there to really to confirm that. No.
Thanks. That's all my questions.
Dean?
Thank you. So I go through this intersection with some frequency, and certainly it's, for those on Hayward Road trying to pull out on a Main Street, it's not functioning presently, and I think it's very unsafe. A couple of the observations that I've made, especially post-COVID, where we've got so many parents that are bringing their kids to school in private automobiles, in the afternoon, it's not uncommon to see a queue of traffic from Hayward and Main extend all the way down to Jefferson Drive. It's just a huge queue. So I think, obviously, we've got a situation that's bad right now, and it got worse from the pandemic, and maybe it got worse from people working from home because now they're available to drive out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and bring the kids home. I don't know, but it's a severe problem. One of the questions I've got is, has there been any study about what impact, positive or negative, this new signal might have on traffic on Musket Drive? My hunch is that a lot of people are going down Musket Drive now and driving through that neighborhood to avoid the really non-functional intersection of Hayward and Main. And I'd like to see if there's any thoughts that you might have on that. I also think it probably would be helpful if some updated traffic counts be done, not only of this intersection, now under what might be the new normal situation. So looking at not only Hayward and Main, but also what kind of traffic we've got cutting through onto Musket Drive presently, and make some projections as to whether this is going to get better or worse over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'd like to refer back to that queue diagram that I showed, so, which kind of ties into, we expected to see this increase in traffic and how that might impact Musket Drive. If you were to realize at some point during the hour, this maximum queue that shows to go beyond Musket Drive, that queue won't stay there for too long. That, again, like I said, that's only when that most of the traffic, the peak hour, goes through this intersection. And the blue line being the average queue, this is the queue to be seen for most of it, maybe a little bit longer than that, but it's a queue that doesn't seem to reach Musket Drive, so you should be able to come in and out of Musket Drive without an issue. And this is based off of the grown numbers of 2029, as I mentioned before. When it comes to getting some updated traffic volumes, let me show you also the PM. Again, that maximum queue seems to go beyond Musket Drive, which wouldn't last for too long, but the average is pretty short, 92 feet. With regards to getting some updated counts, as we've worked on some state projects to look into doing that, although there's been a report out there that shows that some of the state routes, like 93 and 95, have gotten back to pre-pandemic levels of traffic. Other areas where we've done projects, or we started a project, we've done counts, actually have shown a little bit of a decreases, as was mentioned before by another board member. So we can definitely do counts, and they may show that decrease, which may also just point to that there shouldn't be an issue to put the ceiling here with any queues. There's a concern about blocking Musket Drive of those queues. Especially if you're not going to realize this future traffic volumes that can get a maximum queue that may reach Musket Drive. That's a pretty good question, and as I mentioned, we've seen on other projects, numbers just haven't really gone up yet, or haven't gone to the pre-pandemic levels in some other minor streets, aside from the interstates that the state has mentioned in a previous report that came out in the summer. I believe it was this July that it came out. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Fran or Imogen, please.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So first of all, looking at alternative 1 versus alternative 2, I'm wondering why alternative 2 is an option, just because of the breakdown that you gave with issues resolved or alleviated, truck maneuvers, assistance with meeting complete streets initiatives. It seems that alternative 1 is better, and it also seems better with potential projected delays. So I was wondering kind of what alternative 2's benefit is.
I had to play, or I like to say, I was advocate on this. As I noted later on when I showed the final preliminary 25% design, we did have those impacts on this property for about 125 feet in front of this property right here. But alternative 2 does not see that impact. So that was one of the reasons that we did that, in order to show that, well, if we didn't provide that the left turn lane, and we avoid that impact to that property, and we do. The track maneuvers can still happen with this alternative. It's just that you did see more delays in queues. With this alternative, without providing a left turn lane, they can get its own green and be completed without having to wait for the through traffic, a gap on the through traffic. So the bigger reason was really just to try to avoid some of this impact right here. But we also wanted to see that if we were to keep the road as narrow as possible, what would that do to operations? Because, again, do we want to add another lane over its turning lane? And that's another reason for looking into this.
Got you, thank you. My other question was pertaining to the traffic delay figures that you had, and also the heat map. So looking at the heat map, for example, I was wondering, so you said it was based on app data that you were able to derive those heat maps. I was wondering how many people were using those apps, and like, what's the difference between more activity and no activity quantitatively?
I don't think I had the specific data available. I'm not sure if they can actually provide you with that information. I do use that app myself, and depending on the settings that you have in there to share with everybody else that app you do, I think you can actually see everybody else that's using it. But I do not have numbers for this, but they do. The quantitatively, I'll have to get back to you with that. I'm pretty sure I can contact them and get specific numbers for it. But it's not like only one or two per person using that, if that's still the question. In order to actually get recorded as it's being used a lot, they need to see some good numbers, not only one or two people. I think it goes into the tens or more. I will have to look into seeing if they can provide us with that information.
Thank you. And then my last question, also data-based, with the traffic delay figures that you had where it broke down traffic delay by seconds, I was wondering how that data was derived?
So we used one traffic analysis software that's pretty standard in the industry called Synchro. It does use the traffic volumes that you collected, as well as truck percentages that you collect through there, how many trucks are driving through the area. What is called the peak hour factor, which directly relates to within the hour, what's the segment of that hour, 15-minute segment that sees the heaviest traffic. It also uses the speeds on the roadway, and it can use the geometry of the roadway more relating to the width of your travel lanes. So it really uses geometry of the roadway, volume numbers, even pedestrian and bicycle numbers can be inputted in the software, and it does calculations that are based on the highway capacity manual. That's another national guidance document that we use in the industry. There are pretty standard equations that are used throughout the country and have been developed through a lot of different studies and data collection in order to determine the best formula to use to determine the delay that can be experienced at an intersection. Either it has a signal or it's under stop control.
Got you. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I have a few comments. I think this is these changes to this intersection are extremely important as a safety improvement with the school on school campus on the street. I note as I go through this intersection sometimes in the morning that the buses are only able to get out of Hayward Road with the informal agreement of 4 lanes of traffic stopping for them. And at some point, 2 or 3 buses will go through as everybody stops, but it requires that informal agreement without a signal. Also, because it has the high school on this street, we have 16-and-a-half-year-old drivers, getting one of the family cars driving to school for the first time and coming out on this street and taking a left and having to figure out the timing of the traffic on Main Street. Again, the timing of 4 lanes of traffic and who's doing what. I think the complete sidewalk and crosswalks in the intersection, including the areas on Muscat and Coughlin, are really nice and important, and the pedestrian signal is very important for safety. The bicycle accommodations not only further our complete streets ambitions, but the bike box allows, again, someone who's, doesn't really want to join the left lane in a bicycle to take the left turn, to actually make the left turn with a degree of, a higher degree of safety. from Main Street onto Hayward Road. And the bike box also requires a signal. I think that removing the right turn lane on Hayward Road is the right call. I think if the right turn lane was there, we'd need a no turn on red anyway. Again, to make sure that the safety of this intersection across multiple crosswalks and bike lanes. And as Hima just said, it's obvious to me that alternative one is the best alternative here. If there are no more comments from the board, I'll take comments from the public.
Good evening. Is this on?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Bill Mullen. I like your setup here. I was a selectman for many years, and also the fact that it's very hot. I know we used to do that, just turn up the heat just to get people the heck out of here, but now everybody watches it on TV, so.
We can all wear shorts behind you, you guys don't know.
Everybody's good. So I was a selectman, and then I'll be very brief, make some points, and then sit down. But I was in the selectmen in the 90s, and we looked at this, and then I was on the finance committee in the 2000s, and we looked at this, and then and each one of them comes up with the same problem that ignores the fundamental solution and its situation, which is the water seeks its own level, and so does traffic. This person talks about the safety of Hayward. Well, you know, we live in Patriots Hill. So if you live on Musket Drive, you're going to have a less safe street. If you live on Jefferson Drive, you're going to have a less safe street. If you live on Charter Road, you're going to have a less safe street. Lincoln Drive, Washington Drive, and believe me, you talked about the 23-year-olds. We see them in the morning. So just imagine it's 3 o'clock, the queue is backed up, and there's Jefferson Road that is free, and Hayward Road's backed up. What are you going to do? You're going to take that left, go whipping around that corner where the kids are, and it's a blind corner. And you're not going to have accidents, you're going to have deaths. You're going to have deaths of children who are in that street. The second thing is the queues that back up, so supposedly that they only go back until just the entryway of Route 2. In the morning, if there's any sort of commute returning, that queue is going to back up onto Route 2. And so you're coming down Route 2, you go through the light, and bam, you now are going to hit a stop. That's happened before. You can see it in the other way. You're going to have deaths at that intersection. The problem we're solving is 60 to 90 seconds. If you go into any of those intersections, just stay and count out 60 and 90 seconds. Yeah, it feels like a long time, but really isn't. It's a minute. And he goes through there. I just went through there now, and there's no traffic. So, you know, when we did this in, I think it was 2000, we formed a transportation and neighborhood safety group just to respond to this. And we did traffic counts, and we went out and took some pictures, and the solution remained very benign, you know. And I keep on thinking about soft solutions. You know, why don't we do something that's a soft solution? If indeed the solution is that at 8:30 to 9 and 2:30 to 3 p.m. there's buses coming out, like you said, I've got the $55 solution. You get a gallon of paint, you put a circle in the middle, and you have a police officer stand there for 30 minutes a day. It happens quite a bit now. So what's the incremental cost of the police officer? Zero, because you just, you know, reassign them. So instead of putting high voltage traffic lights with idling cars, and believe me, Musket, as I come out of Musket all the time, we will never get out of Musket. Never. With that, even the drawing there blocked that intersection. So what does a person do? They go down Jonathan Swift. And so if you're going to come to school and you're 23 years, you're 17, 18 years old and you're late, you come down Main Street, you're going to cut right down this street down here, Newtown Road, cut over at Minuteman, go through Jonathan Swift, take a right on Musket, down through Jefferson, try to get to your class. So the solution of saving traffic on Hayward is going to create traffic everywhere else. So if this goes forward, I imagine we'll form the Transportation Neighborhood Safety Group again and just try to protect Patriots Hill and other neighborhoods that are, you know, pedestrian friendly. People walk all the time. They walk their dogs all the time. And so I ask you to really reconsider this. It's gone through this several times already. I thought the Selectman Snyder Grant's question was very good. The stuff we put in back in the day was a benign solution. I'd like to know if there were improvements there. I mean, that solution was designed, and it was with the input of Hearts. That right turn lane is approved by Hearts. So, the question of why it's not approved now is I don't know why. So anyway, what you do go out there, spend any time other than the school rush, and it'll be 30 to 45 seconds. So back in the day, I think in 2008 or whatever it was, something like $900,000. So I imagine this solution where I hear ledge and I hear walls and I hear you're talking about $3 million. I would go with the $55 solution, which is a police officer, protect the kids, allow the buses to come out, hold the traffic both ways. It will help everybody throughout the whole town. And Hayward is a cut-through street that it's supposed to be from West Acton to Main Street. Wilson Lane, Coolidge Drive, Musket Drive, Charter Road are not. And so when you make this solution supposedly to save the 30 seconds on Hayward, you'll be creating a nightmare for that neighborhood. So I hope you'll reconsider it. And as always, thank you for what you do. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
John Peterson, 6 Jackson Drive. I'm here as a private citizen, but as I think most of you know, I sit on the school committee. So I'm familiar with letter grades. And on slide 5, letter grades are provided for existing conditions. Those grades slightly simplified are northbound A, southbound A, turning right out of Hayward B, and turning left out of Hayward F. And the proposal, is to switch from that report card to northbound B, southbound C, out of Hayward F, F. That's not progress. So, surely, it's not that much fun to get out of that intersection. I understand that, but the good news is that people actually respond to the conditions that they encounter. So people don't wind up in that queue unless they really have looked at all the alternatives and done nothing else. Earlier today, I did send out a belated note that when we have traffic counts from 2008 and a prediction in 2008 that says this is what it will look like in 2017, and we have data from 2019 that says this is how it actually looks like, and the author of those reports is all Howard Stein Hudson, then my belief is that they owe us an explanation of why that 2017 prediction is wrong. And where there is no trend, then it is very troubling to me to hear, well, we have a model that the state uses to predict growth. That simply makes no sense. And as Mr. Snyder-Grant noted, there have also been some other reasons to think that maybe traffic patterns will change, that people are going to have some more options as we go forward. So I strongly hope that we will not progress beyond a 25% design, but we will find a different and a better direction. Thank you.
I would ask people to line up here if they want to speak so we don't have to wait for people to change.
If I could at least respond a little bit to how the
Please go ahead.
projections may seem wrong. I do have to say that, again, as you mentioned, it's a projection. As I mentioned before, we're trying to make a conservative estimate that that's how the future is going to look. Those numbers are based on what the town can expect as growth, or even the other towns and cities around the region and adjacent to the town, because they do drive through this same area to get to work and come back. And also we looked at what our plans develop. Sometimes those developments do fail, they don't go through at all. They're dead in the water because of permitting issues, because of cost issues, and because of so many other issues. So given that we're looking at what can happen, what are the projections, we're trying to make a conservative estimate and look at how much traffic can grow. There's nowhere anybody would tell you that this is a number you'll see in 10 years for sure. It's a projection based on other data that we see from background growth. So the numbers obviously did not get realized in 2008 to then, because some growth apparently did not happen in the area. Some of the developments may have not have happened as well, or they did not get the traffic they were expected to get. And nobody will ever tell you that you will get exactly the numbers we're showing you in these reports in 10 years. It's a conservative estimate in order for us to be able to conservatively do an analysis and show you what you can expect in the future.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, Chris Hardy, 284 Great Road. I think you got to ask the question, why are we doing this? For safety or for timing or for or for whatever, because people are already cutting through everywhere. I don't even go through Hayward anymore, and I cut through Arlington to Newtown Road. Sometimes I just bypass and go all the way to Nagog Hill just to avoid Main Street and everything. I think the main reason to have this light is for safety. How many times has someone gotten seriously injured trying to cross that road? Someone was hit. I just want to bring that up.
Pedestrian
I
access.
can't predict but how many times has it happened at that intersection where someone tried to cross with the crosswalk and actually got hit as well? And not to have a light there, as some people are suggesting, because they're going to cause a cut through that's already happening, doesn't make sense to me. Not to have the light there for safety purposes. It's already a cut through.
Thank you.
It's going to slow down traffic.
As we mentioned before, 2017 did say that crash with a pedestrian before the rectangular rehabilitation beacon was put in, and we did not see any other crashes on that crosswalk. And that is also the intention of a full traffic signal, provide more safety for the pedestrians, and even for the bicycles that they are driving through this area, but will also help with the Complete Streets project that will be happening on Main Street. It's just providing those more safe connections for the bicycles and the pedestrians trying to get through this intersection.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Scott Anderson. I'm at 1 Hayward Road. One thing I'd like to say is that one of the largest problems with this intersection is left-hand turns with the Hartz trucks. They have a particular truck with 14 wheels, and the best drivers have to make it with just 1 foot from the telephone pole and mailbox. My kitchen window faces the intersection. I'm watching it all day. And at least once a day, 4 times a week, a truck gets stuck. It gets stuck on the little median, thing, and so they have to back up. Then the traffic goes, 800 yards both ways. So whatever you do, this last presentation had little cars drawing, like, the car's this big, it goes this way. I haven't seen anything here so far to show what that 14-wheeler does, how long it is, and how it can make that turn. Whatever they did prior to now, whatever was spent, 10 years ago, it didn't do it because the trucks can't make that turn to the left onto Hayward. Observation. And could we turn this back to the alternative 2, the street plan? Thanks. That little jut north, that's my driveway, and it faces directly into the box. And it's very considerate to talk about how this affects the driveways across the street. I haven't heard anything about my driveway yet.
So before we get an answer, I just want to clarify on your first comment. Were you talking about left turn out of Hayward onto Main or left turn from Main onto Hayward?
There's about 50 trucks a day. They come from Route 2, and then they stop there and they take that left-hand turn. And that's the real problem. A truck gets stuck there once a day or at least 3 times a week, and then it causes huge problems. That's just an observation.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to comment on those 2 things, please, Bob?
Yes. So when it comes to the truck maneuvers, I'm not sure if we had ever provided them over to the town, but we definitely looked into those maneuvers in order to come up with these designs. We can definitely provide them, and I know Corey has already posted our work before on the town website, and once we provide them to him, I'm pretty sure you can put them up there and let you know, so you can go ahead and then find those.
Okay, that will be public.
Sorry, I didn't hear. One reason why we're removing the median on Hayward Road in order to make that turn into Hayward Road easier for the trucks and they don't have to get stuck there. And when it comes to your driveway, if I heard you correctly, is this driveway up over here?
Yeah.
You should not have a problem coming out of that driveway. To come at the back of this in order to get out of here and get into Hayward Road, we can discuss a solution. seeing how maybe we can put a do not block the box so you can come in and get in front of the traffic here, so people stop a little bit farther back and then should come in.
Yeah.
Or we can discuss a solution to help you at least enter the Hayward Road approach to get out and get out and onto Main Street instead of just getting blocked and making a right turn onto Hayward Road and heading out to west.
Great. I just want to put a human face on it that I need to get out of the driveway. Thank you.
And we'll make the truck analysis public with the design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Matt, could you call on the people online, please?
Absolutely. First up, we have call-in user number 2. Call-in user, you have been given talking privileges. Please go ahead and unmute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, I actually was on hold. I didn't get to do residents' concerns or speak during the meeting, but I would like to speak now. It's Tara from West Acton here. I couldn't tell exactly whether Bill Mullen was for or against the light, but whipping around and accommodating kids speeding, I don't think that this will help. I'm disappointed that the options are all with a light or with a light. And I feel like we should be taking advantage of what I think someone referred to as soft solutions, and I personally haven't seen any of those done recently with the techniques that people are using. Progressive cities are using fewer lights. They're taking out lights, more rotaries. I also am opposed to using state recommended growth rates, which we found at the Kelly's Corner. The consultants finally told us that they are actually pretty unrealistic. States love growth and promoting growth and getting towns to put in lights, as far as I could tell. And I would like us to look at not how traffic can grow, but how traffic is or isn't growing. And then I'd like to also know how many people have gotten hit since the new pedestrian light. And I'd also like to know, is it possible to have a pedestrian light that is binding, like, you know, you have to stop for it? I don't know if that's possible or not. I mean, obviously you're supposed to stop for somebody in a crosswalk, but I mean an actual stoplight just for pedestrians. So not on a timed to accommodate cars, but only to accommodate pedestrians. Thank you very much, and I hope that you wait before progressing with either of these options. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions too. I'll attempt to answer all of them. There were a few. When it comes to why we want to look at the signal, back in February of this year when we presented again at the Select Board, the decision was to look into signalized alternatives right here. That's why we kept it with a signal. I do have to say that the past alternatives that did look into other things, like the past study that looked into other alternatives, like a roundabout. We do not try to build the rotaries anymore. There's a big difference between the two of them as actual pavement markings to show you where to go with the roundabouts, to show you pavement markings to show you where to go. And they have better signage on the rotaries to tell you which lane to be in. And they are more pedestrian friendly than the rotary is today. So we do try to provide roundabouts and rotaries that do install those types of circles. That was looked at in the past, but I believe there was an issue with some of the ledge that you have to take out over here, but also this corner is house to a lot of trees and some are pretty large. And I believe if you start taking out the large trees, even the town itself would have to go through some environmental process in order to get it approved to remove those large trees right there in order to put the roundabout in there. The roundabout, we'll still see delays as you notice over here, maybe not as bad in queues, but again, I don't have a new analysis for it. The old analysis is up with the 2008 study that was posted on the town website. then when it comes to when you're talking about the lights specifically for the pedestrians, what can be provided to have cars stop beyond the rectangular rapid flashing beacon but short of the traffic signal is a pedestrian hybrid beacon, which still has to show red for traffic in order for the pedestrians to get the walk. And that also is timed, but timed differently than a signal. You can actually get cars moving when there is a flashing red, and it's what is called the wig-wag pattern that you kind of see in the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. One side is turned on while the other is off, and it goes on and off alternatively. That still depends on the pedestrian pushing the button, waiting for cars to clear the intersection, and then actually getting the walk, and then clearing the intersection before cars can actually start going through there. So that's a bit better than the RFB, was a little bit shorter than the traffic signal, because you can actually, the cases that I've seen it installed, they only stop the traffic on kind of the main road and not on the side streets. If somebody's taking that right, they have to see if the pedestrian is right there. There are solutions out there to kind of get that side street to see that there is pedestrian crossing as well. So if you start adding more signals to do that, you're kind of getting into the traffic signal as it is. But that would only help pedestrians crossing Main Street, or maybe even just like Hayward Road. How do you handle bicycles in this situation? Actually, in that situation when they're trying to make a left out of Hayward Road or a left into Hayward Road from this bike lanes, those hybrid beacons cannot really be used in that manner unless you start providing, again, just separate signals for them. So you start providing all this infrastructure to get pedestrians and bikes through. The signal just consolidates that into one, and it helps make those movements possible and safe as well.
Okay, I think if you could answer the additional questions maybe online afterward, that would be good. We're running a long time here. So we'll continue online. We've already done questions in the room. Matt, if you could move on, please.
Absolutely. Next up is Rama.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I happen to be a transportation modeler, so this is and an Acton resident, so this is actually somewhat interesting to me from multiple angles. I have two observations / questions. First one, what kind of signal is being considered here? Is it going to be traffic actuated in some fashion so that we're not wasting capacities, because Main Street is a thoroughfare with high traffic, and we should not be wasting that capacity waiting for stopping them if there is very little traffic coming in from Hayward. The second point I have is, was there a consideration in the study as to whether a reduction on the delays on the left turn from Hayward to Main might actually make that cut through more desirable and make more people choose that as a cut through now, just because it's now faster to make that left turn. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you for the question. So, short answer to your first question, yes. We did look at that. We are proposing actuation. And we went with video because it's pretty flexible. You can, not have detection on Main Street, just keep it on max. Recall, as you probably know, which just will give it all the green that you can get on Main Street until it needs to switch over to Hayward Road. Or you can have actuation throughout the whole thing. Really, it's pretty flexible. That's why we went with the video. When it comes to, the increase in the cut-through, the way that we went about this design. So that is true. It's we were hoping that by taking away the right turn lane and now having you wait into behind a single lane, just in one single lane and behind the left turn cars, you probably won't.
Excuse me. If you could answer these questions offline, in a Q&A, that would be good. Or if you have a very short answer. But I think explaining your methodology is something better done online. So you're taking down the questions?
Yes, we are writing them down.
Okay. Thank you. Matt, we can move forward.
Next up, we have Franny Osmond.
Hi, yes, Brandy Osmond, 16 Half Moon Hill. I'm the chair of the Transportation Advisory Committee, and we did look at this. I don't know if it exactly this 25% design. It was about 2 months ago, 3 months, 4 months ago. In any case, generally the feeling of the committee was in favor of it, and it looked like good changes for safety. It's interesting to hear people who are anti-light. In general, as both a pedestrian and a driver, I love lights. and I feel like light would make me choose to use that corner. And I'm wondering, when I heard Bill Mullen's low-tech answer, I just thought, well, maybe low-tech could be no right turn, 7 to 9 a.m. or something. If we do put in the light, and if we find kids taking corners unsafely. Anyway, so I was feeling in favor of this, and I just it's a little frustrating because I remember the last go around and we were told, oh, there would be too long queues or whatever, so they didn't want to consider light. So we went through the changes that we went through. And if we do end up choosing a light now, it sort of makes me wonder about some of the other places that we struggle with, like downtown, right, downtown Acton. I guess I just want to put in a sentiment from me, not from TAC, of being pro-light. And on that same realm, the type of light that Tara mentioned, it's not the flasher, it is more permanent, I think really should be considered much more than we do it. We have a blind pedestrian who crosses often at Jefferson and Hayward Road, and they do not find that the cars stop for that flashing light. And I noticed myself not even noticing that flashing light even one day as I was passing. Maybe it's a little bit farther off the road than some of the flashers. And so I would want to see a more permanent, not just flashing light crossing there, and also maybe at this intersection if you don't end up going with the big light. But I do generally feel good about the light. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have David Keene.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm David Keene. I live at 5 Hayward Road. We're 16-year residents here. And just wanted to stress the absolute need for some permanent, significant change to this intersection. Looking back through my memory banks, I have had to call 911 probably about 30 times in the 16 years that we've lived here for everything from minor fender benders to major accidents. And so your 3-year study with only 15 accidents really doesn't tell the full story of this intersection. It often happens that accidents take place and no police is called. So there's even more accidents or incidents than have been reported. I have 2 children, we walk our dog, and walking across Main Street, even with the new beacon lights, is at best terrifying. I would estimate that 1 in 5 cars stops for those lights now, and it's a problem that's compounded because cars are going so fast that even when the first car stops, you have to wait on the curb to make sure that the other cars don't plow into the back of that car. It's been a problem for years, and I hear about main thoroughfare and flow of traffic, but it's only a miracle that nobody has been seriously injured or killed at this intersection. I can tell you this, I see it every single day. I echo my neighbor Scott. The trucks get stuck on that intersection, they take down the stop sign, they take whatever turning radius they want. It's just, something that has been a potential disaster since I have lived here. And to hear people talk about soft traffic mitigation measures really kind of frustrates and infuriates me because it is a danger to myself, my family, and anyone who uses this intersection on a daily basis. I would like to end and just say that I heard the comments about traffic increasing in North Acton versus South Acton, north of Route 2. This problem is not going to go away as long as the main school campus is on Hayward Road. So all the growth that's happening all around Acton is still going to be funneled down Hayward Road to get to school. So I urge this committee to take significant steps to fix this dangerous intersection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I usually don't like going back, but if you wanted to make a quick comment.
Could I please? Thank
Yes.
you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Karen Pierce. I live at Heald Road in Acton, and I've lived there for 20 years. And I'm Heald Road, for anyone who doesn't know, is in the neighborhood between Musket Drive and Newtown Road. And I see everyone taking the cut through Musket Road, John Swift Road, all the way to Newtown. I understand the hazards at Hayward. I appreciate needing to fix it, but any mitigation to slow traffic there is going to drive more and more people through John Swift, which is full of pedestrians, dog walking, kids playing. It's going to be a disaster. Please reconsider the stoplight there. I know something has to be done, but the cut-through traffic that goes down Musket and through John Swift over to Newtown is horrendous and very dangerous as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And John, what are you looking for us tonight?
We were looking for direction on how to proceed with this project. This is something that is now at the 25% design. So in order for it to move it forward, we need to have a general sense of which design concept you're comfortable with and if you want us to proceed.
Okay. So I didn't hear anybody in favor of alternative 2, so it's like we're discussing alternative 1 or not, right? Any comments from the board? Discussion, Dean?
Yeah, so as I said earlier in my comments, it's not a really functional intersection right now. And I'm certainly cognizant of the concerns of the folks in Patriots Ridge. I think we have to address those and see what we can do to mitigate it. My observation, though, is that all of those streets were actually designed with a 40-foot right-of-way and adequate pavement. They're actually wider rights-of-way and wider pavement surfaces than we have on Hayward Road, Charter Road, and some of the other streets in town. The comment was made that, Charter Road shouldn't be a cut-through. Well, Charter Road's a cut-through, Hayward Road's a cut-through. They all are. They're all public roads. I think the important thing is to make sure that where we have an identified hazard, which is right there at Hayward and Main, I think we have to take some action. We've fiddled around with the edges of this for 30-odd years. I agree with Mr. Keene that a lot of the problem is because of the existing infrastructure, whether it's the high school or whether it's the Harts Corporation, and neither of them are going to go away. So I think we need to proceed with the design, and I would certainly move that we proceed with the design on alternate 1.
Other comments from the board?
I was wondering if John or Corey has any information to share with us about the possible effectiveness of additional police time at the intersection, since that was a solution identified in the audience.
I believe our police department makes itself available when a need arises, but in terms of permanently scheduling folks out there, I don't know that's something that we've discussed. I think we have traffic engineers and civil engineers and a lot of people that spent a lot of time studying this, and this is the solution that we come up with to improve the safety. If we wanted to look at the police detail situation, we could look at that. It does put one of our people in the middle of an intersection every day, which I'm not crazy about unless we have no other option. So I can certainly look at it.
Other discussion? Himija.
Just a quick question. So if we decided to move forward with looking at alternative one as a design, could we take into consideration some of the concerns that were brought up today and do some more further study on it?
Yeah, so in a 25% design, we kind of make sure that people understand the major themes of what's being proposed, and then the next phase of design is to work out all the details, like the gentleman that lives over there. We would spend time with him to figure out his situation, and everyone else, and all the other details that need to go into a more complete design that would actually be used for our construction.
That makes me feel more comfortable.
I would be comfortable with that too.
Yeah.
I just have one quick question, just to, because people were talking about the trucks turning left onto Hayward Road. Am I correct that in this design, there's no more island there, just paint?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, so the trucks can go over the paint, and they won't take
Yep.
down a stop sign. It's not obvious to me that, I think this signal would bring down average queues at the rush hours, right? Which would reduce the need for people to cut through. It would kind of even out the queues, right? So, but we were talking earlier that in some cases coming out of Hayward Road, there's a 3-minute queue. And I'll bet you even there's more than that. I mean, it depends on how informal people can get, people stop for the buses, right? So if the bus pulls out a little bit and they encourage, the informal 4 lanes of traffic to stop for them, people don't stop for the cars. They just go by the cars. And that encourages people to drive through the other neighborhoods. And with the traffic light, I think people would drive through this intersection. And also, there's no way to make this intersection really safe for bicycles and pedestrians without the signal. The improvements here with the sidewalks on all sides, crosswalks on all corners, the left turn bike box, as I mentioned, are very significant. Otherwise, you've got to, put your bicycle in the left lane, which some people are comfortable with, but some people are not comfortable with. And so I think it's quite important myself.
If I could just add one little comment in that people do stop when there's a police officer in the intersection. They definitely do.
Yes, yes.
That cars do stop for police officers in the intersection. That is my major dump run route, so.
Jim, did you have another thing to say?
Yeah, I think it was Bill Mullen who invented a possible price tag for alternative one of $2 to $3 million. And I wondered if we had, if John or Corey had any ballpark information about the kind of investment it would take to get all the way through this process.
Corey, what are we looking at?
At this point, we've been working on the design, so I don't know if we worked on a cost estimate yet.
Corey, I believe, we had, just give me one quick second to pull out that number. I do have it here. So we were looking at about 800,000 at this point. Not even taking into consideration all that work that needs to happen at the property, that we saw some wall impacts and other impacts there. That we had applied some contingency, but I think we need to look into it more if this is the way we're going to be moving forward with.
Thank you. So, considering it's, we all seem to be of one mind that it's alternative one or nothing, I would take a motion to ask the town manager to proceed with this design and, of course, take into account the comments of the abutters and others' comments that have come in tonight.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor of? No, we've already had our comment. Thank you. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
I'm on the fence.
Nay.
I must be opposed then.
So I hear 3 ayes, Himija, me, and Dean, and 2 nays, Fran and Jim, is that correct?
That's what I'm writing down too.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
So we'll transition to a sewer commissioners meeting. I don't know about the hats. We should switch hats.
Thank you. We'll work on the hats.
So item 7, Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to ask some help with bringing Woodard and Curran's Jack Troidel into the room with us. Jack has a presentation that he'll share a screen, and I will get us started with what we're doing today. So, Jack, if you don't mind sharing your screen. Basically, we want to go over a few items related to the sewer commissioner's business that you run in a municipal sewer system that about 10 to 11% of the community uses for their wastewater needs. We are currently working on the Phase 2A rehabilitation project that was approved at town meeting. This most recent town meeting approved a project to rehabilitate the 20-year-old treatment plant, which you can see in the photo here. On the next slide, there's a little more detail about the work that we're doing. We're replacing a lot of the infrastructure that supports the treatment facility. We're doing over everything inside of it, basically. We're funding it with the article I mentioned from the last town meeting. We're also using some MassWorks funding and developer mitigation. And we're utilizing the state's loan program to help finance it. The reason that this has been, I wanted to make sure that the board had this update tonight is that this project is on its way, but it's also related to the Powder Mill Apartments project, which is scheduled to start next year. This project is to build 230 units at the former industrial site that's right next to the Assabet River. The project was supposed to start this year. It was delayed. There's some changes in ownership that are in the process right now, but we believe that they will be starting this project next year, probably not to the end of the year, but it's good news. This is a project that met a lot of affordable housing goals. And actually, Jack, could you jump in and just talk a little bit about where we are with this project and how it relates to the schedule that we have for doing the wastewater plant rehabilitation project?
Yep. So as far as the treatment plant rehabilitation, we're looking to go to public bid with that in the spring, in late winter. So at that time, we'll have some bid prices for the construction portion of the work. That'll proceed over 2022 and wrap up in late summer of 2023. As far as the sewers on Powder Mill Road, those I think are anticipated for late, well, probably early 2023. So it'll coincide fairly well with the completion of the plant rehabilitation, which will get it ready for the next 10 to 20 years for reliable operation. But so the sewers, it's about a half a mile of new sewer in Powder Mill Road and a little bit on High Street. That section of sewer will be available for those properties along that route to tie in. And that's shown on this figure in purple. That, due to the flow coming from that project and that sewer connection, it triggered a MEPA review threshold. So we're going to the state for a Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act review. We're preparing a notice of project change And that's in relation to the 2006 comprehensive wastewater management plan. This is an update to what was proposed there. It just brings a level of detail. It is about a 100-day process to complete that application and submit it for review and comment. And since that work is in the street, we're not anticipating any major issues. I think it's just a procedural process with going through MIPA on that. And this figure, many of you have probably seen this in the past, but as a refresher, this is the flow graph for the wastewater plant. The blue line is the discharge flow on a weekly basis. However, your permit is on a maximum day basis. So those are the purple dots, so the highest flow for each year. And the purple line that you see, that is effectively a bunch of the purple dots connecting. Those are the highest days that we've seen over the last decade. And the permitted flow limit is 299,000. That's the red dashed line. And that's on the discharge side of the plant, based on the size of the rapid infiltration basins of what can get put into the ground. The wastewater plant has a slightly larger capacity, that's shown by the existing treatment capacity red line on the left. Again, this rehabilitation project is maintaining that capacity, ensuring the plant can operate reliably for the next 10 or 20 years. And we had previously looked at what some of the upgrade options would be from there, and that's kind of the other lines on the left. But when you start comparing the purple line to your lowest capacity line, it's on the discharge side currently, and Powder Mill Place and several of the proposed projects bring you much closer to that line. So this is just kind of the updated flow graph from projects that we were aware of. And that's really our update on this, unless there are any questions.
Any questions on the rehabilitation project or the graph? Dean, please.
Yeah, so just a clarification, so that presently we got a 299,000 gallon per day discharge limit. So the potential new RIB discharge, is that something that's going to be undertaken in this process, or is that something further down the road?
You mean the gray? There's a lot going on with this graphic.
Yeah, yeah.
You mean the gray, shaded gray
Yes.
thing on the right?
Yep.
So that, we have understood for a while that if all the planning needs come to fruition, we're eventually going to be up against our capacity limit. So we've preliminarily looked at ways that we could increase our discharge, but there's no, the funding that was approved at town meeting was not to do that work. We would have to figure out funding for that if we were going to do that additional discharge capacity.
Okay, so a follow-up question. When you've got that purple bar that says Powder Mill Road connections, is that the Powder Mill development, or is that just general Powder Mill, everything on Route 62?
Yeah, so the yellow is the apartment complex.
Okay.
The purple is things that we don't know about at this point, but they could connect because they're in the new district that's being created, or the new line that's being added.
Okay, thank you.
So after Powder Mill Place, it's kind of first come, first serve.
Yep.
Up until the capacity we have. And then if in some future project like sewering part of Great Road, we wanted to add some ribs, then we would up the capacity number, if that was part of that project.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Other comments, questions?
I was just curious how COVID plays into this. Was usage increased or decreased, or?
We saw a minor change from COVID. Initially, the flows did seem to go down, but they've generally been roughly the same.
Other comments, questions? And so there is no decision for us to make tonight. This is just an update.
Yeah, we wanted to provide an update to give some context to the other items that you're discussing tonight, too, just so you had a kind of an overview of where we are with the most recent project approved by the town.
Okay. Well, why don't we move on to?
Oh, I just had one question.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, as you said, there's a lot going on in this chart, but I think the thing that is concerning or confusing me is the line that's the 299,000 gallon per day discharge limit, which is our current limit. And it looks like that gets occupied pretty quickly, right? Powder Mill Place takes like 2/3 of the way there to that limit, and then any of those other colors, the green, the purple, the red, all those other things, take us beyond our current discharge limit. Am I getting that right?
Yes, so at some point, we'd have to deny connections.
Right, and pretty soon, it seems like Powder Mill Road, like we're talking about getting Powder Mill Road connections enabled because of the connection from Powder Mill Place, but we can't do that until we find a way to increase the discharge limit.
Yes, those connections would likely come gradually.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so some things like a new apartment house, they tend to come slam on, right? Single-family houses where the sewer's put in front of single-family houses or single businesses, that tends to come up gradually as people's septic systems fail, then they connect to the sewer. So those come gradually. And at some point, for example, the Powder Mill Road, if all the other infill happened, there might be a point where we would not be able to take connections from Powder Mill Road.
And is the discharge limit is set by the state, I assume, right? That's a state
Yes.
limit? Okay. And is that a limit that's related to the environment around the site? Like how much water is going to be put into the water table, or how much water is going to be going into the river? How does that limit get set?
Jack?
Yeah, so there's a full Mass DEP permitting process for a groundwater discharge. So for a facility like this, yes, you're governed by the Mass DEP groundwater discharge permit.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a full hydrogeological study where a groundwater model was built, and they ran through several scenarios of what this looks like. I think it was originally permitted at 250,000 gallons per day, and then it was increased to the 299,000. It's our understanding, from Mass DEP that's at the limit for those ribs, and it would need a different site to increase that number. And just for some other context on the graph, while we show Great Road in here, the CWRMP did show that having its own solution. But if it were, if there was consideration for connecting it here, we put that in on this graph. But so the two red segments reflect that. And if you took those out, it would just be the blue long-term planning need, and that would come down quite a bit. But it's just kind of there for general comparison. Another thing to point out is a lot of the connections, excluding Powder Mill Place, are connections within the existing district. And a lot of the peaking factors you see here up to the purple dots, those are associated with more sewers, and you get more infiltration and inflow. We don't anticipate a lot of that with a lot of these connections, so you're not going to see a jump in the peak. So I think it might be a little bit better of a scenario than it appears here. But Acton does have a fairly tight sewer system since it's a newer system and it's PVC. It's plastic. There are a lot of other materials in the past that degrade and cause that to be an issue. But I think it's in pretty good shape, and we found some inflow sources over the years, and we get those removed so it can be as efficient as possible.
So just to be clear, the highest points typically of inflow are during rainy days, because there's leaks in, right? And what Jack was talking about, having a tighter system. And that's actually, by way of discussion, one of the biggest problems that's happened in the North Acton private treatment plant is their system is not tight. And they have huge infiltration. And that's why if they were able to have some money to cut out that infiltration, they've effectively increased their capacity because they cut down on rainwater, which they really don't need to process. Right?
Yeah, I can see that if there was less infiltration, you've got the general, if I was to draw a line through that, where half of it was, where almost all of it was below the line, except for those few awful days, it looks like that's around a little bit less than 200,000. But it still tells me, I think, if I'm reading this right, that even with additional ribs, there's no way we can have Great Road, 2A, or even most of that long-term planning need met by the existing wastewater treatment plant.
So the graphic on groundwater discharge expansion is really just showing a first step at doing that. So that's the 50 to 100,000 gallons. It would be a matter of finding the right site where you could build a large discharge. So when you look at the plant as it stands today, it has 2 sequencing batch reactors. Those were designed with about 1 million gallons per day of capacity. So with certain upgrades at the facility using that main core of the plant, you could support it. You would just need some large areas of land that would be conducive to groundwater discharge. So obviously that's something challenging in Acton to find large vacant land that's not being used for other purposes or or in conservation. But that's what this line is saying. It's not. There's potential for other sites. It's just finding those sites.
Okay, thanks. I got a lot to study. Thank you.
One other comment. If we decide in the future we do want to expand, say, to Great Road, there's a decision to make to try to find a site around Great Road to have a completely separate plant and with a completely separate discharge. But that's also a completely separate plant to run, right? Even though it's a long way, although in some ways it's not that far coming across something like Weatherby Street-ish. It doesn't have to cross right as a street. Piping, to having a force main from Great Road to the plant, that seems like it's far, but it would also reduce the sewer fees, the discharge fees for each of the homeowners and businesses that are in the district, because many of the costs in operating the plant are fixed costs, and the more customers you have on the plant, the lower the cost per customer. Whereas if you built a separate plant, you wouldn't have to pipe across town, but you'd have a separate plant to run and with its own set of fixed costs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's just that's the trade-off gets a little complicated to compute. Imogen.
Just a quick question. What was factored into the long-term planning need?
That was part of the build-out potential within the sewer district.
Mm-hmm.
So we had looked at the sewer district infill and redevelopment was, more in the, I think it was a 5 to 10 year horizon, and the long term was more like 10 and beyond.
Just one quick question. Are all the projects in the green box already sort of worked into this? The GDP, those are already worked into the...
So you can see the Powder Mill Place, which is the yellow, and the little box with those half a dozen or 5 projects, that still puts us just below our discharge rate. But there's really very little excess capacity at that point. And so not long after that, we would have to start not letting people attach if they weren't already attached.
And to the question, those projects are just projects that we're aware of. Not all of them have been approved or
Exactly,
designed or anything. They're just things that we've heard, so we tried to account for them. Speaking of that, that's a good transition to the next topic, if you're ready for it.
Yeah, I think we should move ahead.
We have a consultant from GPI here to present the results of the feasibility study for connecting sewer to the proposed senior housing that's being built by the Acton Housing Authority. This is a project that was funded entirely through a housing choice grant, and we received, I want to say, $160,000 or thereabouts to do a couple different things. One was to support the Tavernier Place sewer infrastructure, and two was to support this feasibility study for the AHA project, and it also includes funding to carry forward and do the design if the board and the sewer commissioners decide to do so. So Timothy and Chin are here to present this feasibility study, and we will take it away. Thank you, Chin.
Hi, I'm going to start with the intro. Good evening. This is Cherry Pang, the town engineer. So we're here today to present the final report of the Main Street Sewer Main Extension Feasibility Study. Like John mentioned, in early March this year, we were awarded a housing choice grant in the amount of, I believe the total was $260K, with $160K allocated towards the Main Street sewer extension to cover the feasibility design and the feasibility study and the design to extend sewer along Main Street to the proposed new AHA property at 262 to 64 Main Street. So GPI is our consultant here working on this project. And I'll have Tim to introduce himself and start the presentation. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, Chin. Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. Happy to be here tonight. I'm going to start by sharing a screen. Let me know when you guys can see that.
We can see it.
Okay, great. So as Chin explained, we've kind of gone through and taken a look at the Main Street feasibility study for the sewer main extension. Just to kind of quickly help orient us on the area that we're talking about. I think everybody's probably pretty clear on it, but just to go through quickly, we're just north of Kelly's Corner along Main Street. The Acton Housing Authority development is north of Route 2, which traverses the screen here in kind of a diagonal east-west direction. So as Chin explained, the real intent of this sewer extension would be to service the proposed development, the senior housing development at 362 Main Street. That development consists of 4 buildings, 41 total units. The units are about 1 to 2 bedrooms each. So through the Housing Choice Community Capital Grant that the town has received, about $165 of the $260,000 will go towards, or has been earmarked for this feasibility study, as well as the inevitable design of the extension of the sewer. So a couple of quick highlights, and I'm going to stay pretty high level, but I'd be happy to jump into any additional detail that the board would like here. We did look at where the sewer service currently runs to, and it basically stops, I'm going to go back to the map quickly, but it stops just south of the Route 2 ramps, pretty much adjacent, or just south of the Dunkin' Donuts that's along Main Street. So the first thing we have to really look at is whether we can get sewer from 362 down to where sewer service currently ends on Main Street via a gravity sewer main, or whether we would need a forced sewer main. Based on what we saw as we really looked across Route 2, we do believe that a forced sewer main is going to be required, just mainly due to the grades and the elevations of the pipe, as well as Route 2 and the bridge over Route 2, the Main Street bridge over Route 2. So that kind of leads us to, well, what do we have for alternatives to get across Route 2? And as we kind of looked at alternatives, really only 2 bubbled to the top. One would be kind of attaching to the Main Street bridge to cross Route 2. The second would be kind of coming under Route 2. And we looked at several different ways to do each of those alternatives. So, basically breaking down into alternative A and alternative B. Alternative A, just like I presented, would be crossing the Main Street Bridge, attaching to the Main Street Bridge, crossing over Route 2. On both of these alternatives, you will see that we do propose a pump station, and we have that on a parcel of land owned by the town of Acton, adjacent to the parcel on which the Housing Authority development is currently proposed. Alternative B is, again, the alternative where we go under Route 2 and under the ramps. A couple of things of note or of importance as we kind of look at these different alternatives. Route 2, obviously Main Street is, Route 27 Main Street is town-owned, but Route 2 in this area is state-owned. So anything that's done, whether the sewer main were to go kind of on the bridge that crosses over Route 2 or get buried underneath Route 2, that would all need to be coordinated and permitted by the state. There's a bunch of other construction projects that are about to get going or are planned in this area, most of which are transportation related. We heard about one just north of this site up at Hayward, but then there's also the Kelly's Corner project, which is getting very close to construction, as well as the state looking at the Route 2, Route 27 eastbound ramps. That one's a little bit earlier on in the design phase, but it is something to be cognizant of. We did take a look at some subsurface soil conditions, and you heard a previous consultant tonight talk about some ledge outcrops adjacent to the Hayward Road intersection. We do see some ledge outcrops in the vicinity of the Route 2 ramps as well. So as we think about subsurface conditions, one of the things to think about, particularly if we're to cross under Route 2, is what type of materials there are going to be there and how easy the excavation may be to put a pipe under Route 2. And then from a permitting standpoint, there will be several permits that are going to be required, depending on which alternative were to be selected here. From an environmental standpoint, we will need to go in front of the Concom. There are kind of wetland and other restricted areas within the area. There will be some form of a stormwater pollution and prevention plan that's required during construction. As I've discussed, we will need a DOT access permit for the work, and we will need to coordinate the work with Mass DOT. And then a DEP sewer extension and connection permit will be required as well. So of the two alternatives that were reviewed, both of them basically, I would say, have the same order of magnitude price. And I use that term order of magnitude intentionally that, we are very high level at this point. We haven't even gotten really to an engineering phase. We're more feasibility. So from an order of magnitude standpoint, we believe that both of these alternatives to get from the last sewer manhole on Main Street to 362 Main Street, including the Route 2 crossing, both are about a $1.5 million alternative. And from a schedule standpoint, we believe that they're fairly similar as well. Approximately a year for design and 6 to 9 months for construction. I think the obvious question here is why does it take longer to design than to construct? And the answer to that would be that because of the amount of permitting and coordination that's required through the multiple state agencies, as well as local conservation commissions, we will need that time to get through. So it's not necessarily design, it's more design and permitting there. So our next steps here, I believe, are to select an alternative with this board, as well as make a decision on whether the town would like to move forward with design services. And before I open up for questions, I just want to go back for a second. I did go through that pretty quickly. The two alternatives, to get into a little bit more detail on what the big differences are here. Alternative A would be basically hanging a sewer main within one of the bays of the bridge that crosses Route 2. There is already a dedicated utility bay within this bridge. We do not believe that dedicated utility bridge has additional room for a sewer main. So we believe that it would need to be in a separate utility bay. There's multiple bays within the bridge. Reason why that's important to bring up here is there's just some additional costs associated with utility hangers and diaphragms and things like that from a structural capacity to make sure that the bridge can handle the sewer main forces and weights. Alternative B, I mentioned quickly that we looked at a couple of different ways to cross Route 2. So this would be kind of cutting under Route 2 and not attaching to the bridge. The two primary alternatives that we looked at were kind of a cut and cover alternative, excavate and open up Route 2, and then install the pipe, backfill, open it back up to traffic. The second piece that we looked at was a directional drilling, which kind of is a trenchless excavation type alternative, and that is the alternative that the feasibility study recommends. So as we kind of look at alternative A and alternative B, our recommendation to the board would be to go with alternative B as a trenchless excavation alternative. We have run both of these by Mass DOT. We've requested a meeting with them, but have not successfully scheduled the meeting, but we did get some initial feedback. They believe that both alternatives would be feasible and permittable with the state. So I know that's a lot of information that I threw at you. I threw it pretty quickly. I know the board has a very tight agenda tonight, but happy to get into more detail with any questions the board members may have.
Thank you. Comments and questions from the board? Jim?
Some of these may be for the manager, but let me just put them out there and we can figure out who can answer them. This looks like an extension of the sewer district. In the past, that's been a town meeting vote. So I wanted to understand if we expected that this would be an extension of the sewer district. If so, which town meeting would we expect to vote on that about? And if not, why isn't it?
Thank you. I think the sewer district includes and Jack is still on the call, I believe, or Corey or Chin could answer this, but the comprehensive wastewater plan, I believe, included this area. So we wouldn't be extending the sewer district. Town meeting votes would typically be required for a betterment. So if the board decides to do this project as a betterment, then yes, it would have to go to town meeting. If the board decides to finance this through other means, such as grants, a betterment wouldn't be required, and a town meeting vote wouldn't be required either.
Thanks. Related question, since you mentioned betterments. Can you describe what happens to the non-AHA landowners along the way here? Acton Medical and the private landowner on the other side of, on this side of Route 2, and it seems like it goes by a number of parcels, and I'm wondering if we would be triggering expenses for them.
Yeah, so just like the properties in South Acton that we showed on an earlier slide that are going to have a new sewer pipe go by their property, a betterment would not be required for them because it's being financed through other means.
Okay.
They would be required, like any someone along the sewer district, to pay a privilege fee to connect, but if there's no betterment created, then there's no betterment charged.
Got it.
And I think there are precious few properties
Yeah, no, it's just,
that are not, and in fact, I'm a little, I'm up in the air whether the Hosmer house is currently in or out, but I mean, it may be just Acton Medical.
I'm thinking of the private property owner opposite the AHA land, on the other side of Main Street. There's a large parcel there that's largely undeveloped, but probably would, have a lot of SBUs because it's a big parcel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But if there's no betterment, then that's not really an issue. The last question was, it looks like the pump station, when you mentioned town-owned land just on this side of Route 2, isn't that where we're thinking of putting the dog park? And how does a big pump station interact with the presence of a dog park?
Tim, you can verify this, but I believe that this is not drawn to scale, and the pump station wouldn't be nearly that big. So I don't think it would be.
That's correct. The pump station would be very small, and we've talked about ways to kind of put it off to the side of this parcel so that there is still room for the dog park.
Great. And I presume, if necessary, it could even be put underground. Is that correct?
Yeah, the majority of it would be underground. I think the only thing that would be visible would be, obviously you'd want a chain link fence around it, but controls would be above ground as well as electrical equipment. But the majority of the station itself would be underground. And we are talking about a very small grinder pump lift station.
Thanks. No more questions.
Other questions? Dean?
So I guess, again, to the manager, if you've had any discussions with the housing authority as to, will this save them money on their development where they would not have to build their own septic system? Is this a benefit or a detriment to those folks?
So as it aligns with the Housing Choices goals in the statewide program, we very much pursued this grant and this project as a benefit to the Housing Authority project. Certain things would have to be, certain approvals would be required to achieve the benefits. For example, the cost of the septic system is whatever it ends up being. I think they're in an early phase of design for that. And this could cost them nothing if the board chooses to follow past practice for similar projects like 446 Mass Ave, Craftsman Village, Sunnyside, and waive the privilege fees for the affordable units. In this case, all 40 some odd units are affordable, and the most recent past practice of the board is to waive those. So in that scenario, it would save the AHA money.
Okay, thank you. I think, this has kind of got tangled up with people talking about a dog park and, spending $1.5 million for a sewer connection to facilitate a dog park doesn't make much sense to me, although I am the liaison to that group. But I think when we look at it from the lens that it's going to be a benefit to AHA and certainly in support of the board's push and the town's push to create more affordable housing, I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Imogen?
Yeah, two questions. One is regarding the previous discussion we had on wastewater capacity. How did these two alternatives kind of fit in with that? My second question is, has there been analysis done and has there been work with the Waters District done to see if there was going to be any additional water burden between these two alternatives?
So the first question was on that graph of the projects that were in that little green expanded person above the, this was one of those projects. And then the water question, I don't know the answer to.
The water used by the AHA I don't believe would change with regards to how they dispose of it.
Yeah, the flow rate that's estimated coming from this development is based on the number of bedrooms. That's how typically we calculate flow rates for like gallons per day. So that doesn't really impact based on which alternative that we choose to move forward with.
Fran, you have anything? So, the estimated price on this has come down a bit. It's still more expensive than building a septic system for the AHA, but it doesn't interfere with the dog park. And the AHA, I don't know what the current estimate of the septic system would be, but it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars probably. And my guess is it would have to, they'd have to pump, and perhaps this could be positioned, the height of the pump station here could be positioned such that the AHA project can be fed by gravity and doesn't need a pump on its site. I would like to know, has there been any consideration if Acton Medical wanted to hook up, how that would happen? Are you running the force main all the way to the existing gravity main such that there wouldn't be a place for Acton Medical to hook up?
Yeah, so from a feasibility standpoint, we believe that you know, obviously it'll take a force main to cross Route 2, and that'll carry all the way to the existing gravity main within Main Street, which would allow Acton Medical the ability at some point to connect in if they so choose.
Can I ask you for a definition? What is the difference between a force main and a gravity main?
I could tell you that. A
Please.
force main is pumped, so
Pumped,
it's under pressure.
Yeah.
And the gravity main
is
it
gravity.
just flows like a river, right? So usually the way sewer systems work is, you know, depending on the topology of the land, you gravity feed to a pump station, and then force made to the next place from the pump station. And sometimes you have series of gravity things, and the pump will only pump to the next gravity. Sometimes it'll feed a force main that accumulates and gets bigger and bigger as more pump stations feed into it. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Jim?
What I'm understanding is the price tag has come down a bit to around $1 million?
I think it was 1.5 million for construction.
1.5, okay. So if, for example, we chose to use ARPA funds to do this, which would be probably that's what I think of as, you know, gee, if we need to spend $1.5 million in the next year and a half, that's where we tend to look. That's $1.5 million out of the $2 million that we have left in reserve. So it would basically take up 75% of our remaining ability to fund things out of ARPA. So accepting this means letting go of a lot of the other ARPA ideas. Just a statement.
The manager may be able to say that there are other grant possibilities, and one of them that occurs to me is, especially, you know, we don't know week to week, but if the bipartisan infrastructure bill passes, there's certainly an opportunity. There's a lot of money dedicated in there to water and sewer projects. That would be an opportunity for us to apply to that. You know, whether we get it or not, I don't know. And Mr. Manager, I don't know if there are other grant opportunities that we might.
Yeah, we certainly, you know, every year and every week we're trying to find different grant funding opportunities, and there's a lot of investment being made in the state in housing and affordable housing in particular. And a focus on infrastructure to support housing. So if there is funding coming down the line, I think there's a good chance it could be for a project like this. But again, that information isn't available yet. But we believe, and the reason that we did this in the first place was to put ourselves in a position to go after funding, and we're almost there. I think the feasibility study gives us a sense of whether we can do it. I think, you know, Tim mentioned subsurface conditions. You know, I think we'd have to spend some time really figuring out what we're dealing with in terms of the ledge, because that could really change the cost of a project like this. But I think it's worth using the funding that we have to take that next step and start the design process to really understand what that cost is, because we may find, you know, that 1.5 million is too high, or we may find that we found a ledge row exactly where we want to put that yellow pipe, and it's going to be way more. That's.
Dean.
Well, just considering the hour, you know, I'd like to, you know, kind of bring this to fruition, and I would move that the board instruct the town manager to proceed with the design to the next stage. I believe we have some funding available that's still left in the grant, and I think we move ahead with it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And I assume that this means that, you know, before we would go to final construction, we'd have to figure out what the funding source was. But I'm certainly okay with this motion. Any further discussion before we vote?
I feel like I still have a lot of questions, but considering the lateness of the hour, I'm happy to just vote no for now and, you know, see what happens.
Okay.
I feel similarly. I think that this is something I just need to take a closer look into and kind of wrap my head around a little bit more. So my vote would be abstaining from now, or for now, I would say.
You know, just to get a sense of everyone, well, we could vote now, and then if it fails, we could figure out what we want to do. But are these the questions that, you know, Himija and Jim, that you have outstanding? Are they things that you would find in your own research, or you needed to have another kind of presentation, or where would you get your answers you're looking for?
I feel like I'm relatively ignorant in this area, so I'm sure I'd be asking questions of town staff.
For me, it would be looking into the feasibility and kind of the best way moving forward between extending sewer lines and renovating septic systems. I think that that's something I still need to do more research on, so I don't feel comfortable voting at this point.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I guess we'll take that, and if it fails, then we'll circle back at a future meeting and figure out what we want to do. So, all in favor of Dean's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
And any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. And item 9, request from the Acton Water District to use wastewater treatment as a PFAS mitigation measure.
Before we go too deeply into this, I notice we have patient people out in the audience who are waiting for 2 particular agenda items, and I wonder if it would make sense to take them first.
Yeah, actually, I was going to skip item 10 to do that, but let me just ask the manager, for while we're still being sewer commissioners, do we need an answer to number 9 tonight, or can we put it off till our next meeting?
That works.
Okay, so we'll skip item 9, and I will go to item 11. So, Ms. Cronin, please. You can either sit or stand there, whatever you're comfortable with.
Stand. John, is there someone who could put the PowerPoint presentation on?
I could probably.
The board has
Okay.
reviewed it. It was in the packet. They all reviewed it.
And while you're talking, I'll see if I can get it to come up.
Okay. Good evening, Kelly Cronin, Director of the Acton Housing Authority. Thank you for letting us come here tonight to talk about our housing. So first, I would just like to say we've received so much support from the community over the years that I think it's very important that we address the issues that were raised, specifically around our capital plan and maintenance and how we deal with units for our housing authority. The residents of Acton have supported our residents and our housing authority. Town staff have, boards and committees have, so we take this issue very seriously. And we try to address the capital needs of our units regularly. So I just wanted to go over it quickly with you all because I understand it's late. I offered a tour of our units to Fran, which she has accepted, and I'm happy to give a tour to anyone else on the board who would like to go on that tour to see our units. But first, what people need to understand is our housing's 40 years old, and only 10 of those units have had interior improvements made over the last 40 years. And that is only because of funding. So I wanted to quickly, are we sharing with?
I just emailed it to David.
Okay.
Just because there are people in the.
Right. I have the numbers, but I didn't know that there was a PowerPoint as well.
It's a PowerPoint, yeah.
Sorry, 1 second.
So while you're doing that, I'll just do another quick little update. So we did not go in our units for over a year because of COVID. The state issued guidance asking housing authorities not to go into tenant units so we didn't spread or get COVID. So starting in March of 2020, we stopped going in, and only for emergencies did we enter until around May of 2021. We always do inspections annually of all of our units, and we did not do inspections on some units for almost 2 years because if they were done in the spring of 2019, and we didn't get to them again until the summer of 2021. And because of that, we hired an outside inspection company to do all our inspections this year. Because we just wanted an objective set of eyes. Usually it's the maintenance and administrative staff who go in together. And that's partly because DHCD wants us to have eyes on the units ourselves. So this summer, we did a lot of units all at once with an inspection company. So I just want you to understand that that's how we addressed it this year. And for every inspection that's done, we create work orders, and then we go out and we address the work orders. So, do we have the PowerPoint?
I have your numbers. I haven't received the PowerPoint yet. It must be large transferring. I don't know if the numbers help.
No, I really wanted to show people the actual units and the inside of the units that we have as part of the presentation. I thought I sent it to the select board.
Yeah, we got some
And
staff in the office. So
oh, okay.
figure out, tonight. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I can.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Almost there.
Staff goes home at 11. If I did this remotely, I would have been able to share the screen, but I thought it was important that we come in. Sorry, I'm making work for you guys.
It's just a big file, so it's just taking a minute to open here.
Okay. All right. So in the file, one of the things that I just show the board and was hoping to show people in the community who watch this are developments. So Windsor Ave is our largest development. It's 68 units of elder disabled housing. We also have 23 units of elder disabled housing at Sachem Way, which is called McCarthy Village. And then we have 12 family state units at Sachem Way as well that we named McManus Village. And then we have 25 scattered site state condominium units, which are scattered all over Acton in about 9 different condo associations. Those are the oldest of the units. Most of those condos were built in the, 60s, 70s. And when the Housing Authority acquired them in the 80s, they had not been updated, and almost all of them have not been updated since. So we have a capital plan that we get about $170,000 a year. We started getting from the state in about 2015. Regular amounts. What the state did was they hired a company to go out and look at all of the state housing authorities and do an inventory and create a software system that has all of the components of all the buildings and their age. And they created a facilities condition index for all the housing authorities, including ours, and that's included in your packet. Our facilities condition index for the expired units identify that we have a $7 million need for replacing our expiring components. So if you are trying to replace $7 million worth of expiring components with $170,000 a year, it's going to take you a long time to get there. So what we've done as an organization is try to leverage additional resources. As you all know, who've participated in Community Preservation Committee meetings, we go all the time and ask for some money to help supplement that capital budget on our units. That money can only be used for preservation of affordable housing that was not created with CPA money. So you can create new units, you can preserve existing units, you cannot renovate or rehab the interiors of those units unless they were CPA created units. That's the language in the CPA. So we have used CPA money to redo the siding and the roofs of our family units over at Sachem Way. The elderly development at Sachem roofs and siding. At Windsor Ave, we've done doors and windows. If I had the thing, I'd be able to show it to you.
I don't know why it's taking so long.
But I've had to use the capital money only for the interiors. So we've prioritized the family units. So the only units that we've used the capital money to modernize the interior kitchens and baths have been our family units. So of the 10 units we've been able to use capital money for, 4 are at McManus Village, which is our state housing over at Sachem Way, and 6 have been at scattered site condos. And in your packet, it shows the our capital plan, what we've done and what's in the plan now. And Yankee Village is one of the condo complexes that is in the plan. And our plans are done for 3 to 5 years. And Yankee Village has already been designed, Yankee and Great Road. We have units at both places. So this is Windsor Green. I just go through the pictures real quick, if we could. That's McManus Village. So that siding and the roof at McManus Village were all paid for with CPA money. And some of the interior units we've done with capital money. The next one, please. So these are some of the condo complexes where we own units. And they're older buildings. So we're not responsible for the exterior, although we've replaced all the windows in all our family condo units. But we are responsible for the interior. So go ahead. And these are units that we've purchased with town resources. So these are the local initiative program units. Those units, because the rents are set at 80% of median income, and most of the folks have vouchers, the rents on those units are good, and we have a nice reserve with those, and we should never have to come to CPA for money to keep those units in good shape. Keep going. So this is Whittlesey Village, which was developed with CPA money and state financing, and we, again, because they're project-based Section 8s, those are well-financed, and we should always be able to keep up with the capital needs of those developments. This is one of our recent interior condominium unit renovations, the one we just did this year. Just so you can see what we're trying to make our units look like. That's what a new kitchen looks like in one of our condo units. Go ahead, next one. And bath in the most recent condominium unit, and that's at Great Road Condos. Next one. This is McManus Village, the new kitchens that we did at McManus Village. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see the baths. That's the new baths at McManus Village. And the next slide. And this is a local initiative program unit that just turned over, and that's the condition of it when it turned over. Keep going. This is an original kitchen at McManus Village. So this is a kitchen that is original, that has not been renovated, and this is the condition of it. As you can see, it's been well maintained by our residents, even though the cabinets are 40 years old. Go ahead, next one. And that's the bath. So that's what an original bath looks like at McManus Village. Next slide, please. So this is just telling you what I already said about our state of emergency not being able to go in units. Next slide, please. And this is the public housing notices that talked about it. Keep going. And this is the current year. So this is the current projects that we have in our capital plan. That's the DHCD system where we keep track of it. And if you can see it, you can see Yankee Village is one of the units that we're working on. So we identified that that property was a property that was a need and a priority need for renovating. What we try to do is renovate them at turnover, but right now what we're going to do is move people into the units we turned over, renovated, so that we can do the next unit. And then the capital management system just shows you the past years. And then our 10-year capital plan is listed here, and you can see if it says program 705 is family, 667 is our elderly, and the 689 is our group home. So you can see how we've spent the money, and I've described it to you, how we've prioritized the family units. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we really are trying to keep these units. We did 1,375 maintenance work orders in 2019 before COVID, trying to keep our units in shape. We do not replace appliances unless we have to. We have a lot of old appliances in our developments. We have Hunter come out and tell us what needs to be fixed, and we fix it. And if it's not fixable, then we'll buy a new refrigerator or a stove. And we do not replace kitchens and baths unless we have the capital money to do so. So I just wanted you all to know what our plan was, that we are trying to make improvements. We have leveraged millions of dollars in outside resources to try to keep the units in good shape. The National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Authorities have advocated at the state level for ARPA money. The legislature looks like they're going to give us about $150 million across the state portfolio because they know that there's been a the portfolio hasn't been invested in. And if you all are interested in providing resources from ARPA money to help us renovate some of our kitchens and baths, we'd love to get those resources as well. So I can answer any questions if you have any.
Questions from members? Jim?
Sure. You educated me, I think, 2 years ago about the ridiculous state of capital improvement funding, and so I appreciate that. It's been a problem, obviously, for a long time. But I didn't understand that the state decided to take the $7 million of repairs and just say, well, let's spread it out over like 20 years and give you $170,000 a year. Because, I mean, by the time 20 years goes by, you're going to need to start replacing all those things again. So it's never going to be enough in the current system. One question I had was, out of what budget do you fund like emergency repairs?
So we have about, I think we're spending about almost $80,000 a year just on our vendors.
Mm-hmm.
So we have contracts with plumbers, electricians, cooling and heating specialists. We have to put them all out to bid.
Yeah.
So we're paying prevailing wage for the work of the vendors. Hunter Appliances, who we use for our appliance companies. That's in the budget. And then we have extraordinary maintenance, which is about $20,000 a year that we have. So that's what we're using for, when we have a turnover and we have to replace a rug, or we have, a air source heat pump that needs to be replaced because, something happened with the coolant, and the coolant thing failed. But, it's Band-Aids, Jim. We're doing the best we can with what we have for money. And so far, we've been able to keep the Band-Aids going, but it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
Our last question, are you allowed to, fund repair work or emergency repairs, any of that, in one type of unit from a whole other different program, or does it have to be segregated by program?
It's program-based budget, yeah.
Great, thanks.
Dean, please.
Yeah, Kelly, I was interested in your comments about the restriction on using CPA money for internal repairs of units that were not purchased with CPA money. And that seems somewhat similar to the situation that existed for a number of years with CPA, where you couldn't, for instance, replace playground equipment unless using CPA money, unless the playground was originally purchased with CPA.
Right.
And eventually, as a result of some lawsuits and legislation, that was changed. That allows more latitude for those kind of recreation projects. And I'm interested to see if any folks that you're involved with have looked at the possibility of a legislative fix for that, because I know in CPA, for a number of years, there's been a real desire to try to funnel more money towards housing, and because of the restrictions, we would weren't able to do that. So I'd like to see if you have any, anything you'd illuminate us on that.
I think that's a really good suggestion, Dean, and it's something I can talk to our professional organization about pursuing. The housing industry is all competing for the resources too. And the state really wants to create new units, not just renovate the existing, but that is something that we definitely will ask Masnarro to look at. And the other thing I just wanted to point out about the condos is our condo fees are $132,000 a year for the state public housing units, and that covers mostly the utilities of the folks who are living there, and the rents for the condos are $160,000 a year. So after we just pay the condo fees, there's just $30,000 left in that program. So.
Okay, well, it's, it seems short-sighted. Everybody wants to create new. You can always get the politician to show up for a ribbon cutting, but, not necessarily when the roof is leaking.
And it's the type of housing that's created. So, for example, the LIP units, because the rents are set at 80%, and a lot of people who have vouchers can rent them, so you're still serving people under 30% of median income, and they're only paying 30%. You're getting enough revenue to keep those units going. It's like Whittlesey Village. Whittlesey Village has project-based Section 8, so our tenants are almost all under 30% of median income. But there's enough rent coming from there. The state public housing program is one of only 3 state public housing programs in the country. Most of the public housing is HUD, federally funded, and they're just not keeping up, just like the state's not keeping up with a lot of their infrastructure expenses, whether it be roadways, highways, bridges, transportation. They're just not. They're not keeping up with it. And so hopefully some of the ARPA money will help, but housing authorities are making the choice to take units offline because they don't have money to renovate them and get them into good shape. And hopefully we'll never have to start making those decisions, but those are decisions housing authorities are making.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Dean.
More questions, comments?
I have no questions.
Oh, would you please?
Yeah, so I'm pretty unfamiliar with AHA. I've only really learned about it in the past few months. One of my questions is, in terms of, so it's really great that, there are constant searches for alternative funding, and I realize the constraints, especially with COVID-19, that has been put on AHA to fund a lot of the repairs that you've needed to and a lot of the maintenance that you've needed to. In terms of seeking additional funding and kind of allocating where that goes, who are the primary decision makers for where that money goes? And, how much of that is allocated towards maintenance and upkeep of these rental units?
So with the capital plan, do you mean? How the capital plan is developed?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, okay. So the capital plan originally, the state hired an outside company to go in and do all of the review of all the capital items within each housing authority. And they ranked them, 1 to 4 of like how critical they were to being replaced. The state really pushed us to do, to preserve the structures. So to invest in your exteriors, your windows, your doors, the things that keep everything safe and tight, and in heat systems. So the state gave us a list of the priorities, but then the board reviewed them, and in the beginning, we used to have meetings with the tenants to go through the plan at Windsor Ave and get their feedback, and the maintenance staff's feedback on how bad certain things were and what they were seeing that needed to be done. And then the board would get that information and make a decision. The last couple years, the state's had us do public hearings, where we advertise a public hearing like a month in advance, and then people can come to the hearing and give input. So it's been more formal, but there's less input than when we used to have meetings specifically with tenants organized just to talk about the capital plan. But that's how it works. The The tenants are invited to come and talk about the needs. It's based on what the state identified as priorities in the capital planning system, because we have a capital planning system which identifies all the projects. But there's also a regional capital assistance team that the state funds. So we have a team from Chelmsford who works with all of the housing authorities. And they go out and they give us input as well. So we've prioritized as a housing authority between the board and the residents and the funding sources, the exteriors and the heating systems. And we've been doing also, as we can, some of the interior kitchens and baths.
So, I'm sure Kelly would be happy to meet with you, but there's like a variety of different programs. And unfortunately, kind of the main program where AHA owns the things and the rents are controlled, there's not enough money to maintain the units because the rents are lower than what is needed to maintain the units.
So
right, and there's state money available to do that, but as Jim was saying, the state money would take 20 years to renovate the units. By that time they would need to be renovated again, right? So it doesn't go very, $173,000 a year. I mean, you can imagine what it takes to renovate a kitchen and a bathroom, right? It's tens of thousands of dollars a pop, right? So it doesn't cover all the units. So, and it varies by situation. I don't know if what she was talking about, the Section 8 housing, and that they come with a voucher, and they get the AHA gets more money because the tenant comes with a voucher, and so they get pretty close to kind of what it's needed to maintain that unit. Did you want to add?
Kelly, can I just ask one
Sure,
question? On some of the units, like Great Road or Yankee, do folks who don't live in the affordable units, do their condo fees pay for the exterior maintenance?
Yes, so for the condos, so for example, Yankee, we have 3 units only that we own there, and we contribute the condo fees to the condo association, and then the condo association decides, what they're going to prioritize for the exterior work. We do the interior work on those units.
Right.
And we also replaced all the windows there, so for some reason, the condo associations don't replace the windows where we own units, so in 2015 or 16, I can't remember, we replaced all the windows in all our family condo units.
Thank you.
There's one person who wants to make a comment, and I'll take that in a second, but there aren't a lot of alternatives here to fund this. One of the possibilities, especially if, in addition to us getting ARPA money, the state gets ARPA money. And the state is getting some pressure to spend some of the ARPA money around the whole state for this use. But if that doesn't happen, we could also consider in the future when we go over the reserve, is to use some of this money to fund, some renovation. I mean, I don't think we'd be able to make up for all of it, but we can make a difference. I'll go ahead and take the comment. For the person who would like to comment, I'll take a comment on, asking Kelly questions or making comments about the capital plan. I don't want to talk about any particular case or tenant. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, my name is Alia Lane. I live in Yankee Village. My question was a direct question, but I guess I can make it more vague. When a tenant has something broken in their unit, well, I just got asked a specific question because I spoke the last time, and I'm so baffled by some of the stuff, just because I feel like we've been talking about funding, and that's such a difficult issue. It's so difficult to handle, knowing that funding is limited. But what I'm really confused by is, in order for us to understand what we need for funding, there has to be an acknowledgement that something doesn't work, or is unsafe, or is unhealthy. And in my experience, since having been here, is that there's been a lack of acknowledgement, you know, on that part. Like a person going without an operational refrigerator for 3 years, when I know that there's a lack of funding, but also we have this wonderful community of people that I've seen come together, and I would absolutely 100% chip in for somebody that needs a refrigerator. If like there's not one available for them, if we can't afford it through funding, then I can 100% guarantee you that Acton would pay for it, that people in this community would cover it if like we were aware of that situation. And in my experience, some of what's been going on has been just a lack of acknowledgement that there have been situations that are unsafe and unhealthy. And yeah, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Would you like to make a comment?
I don't know Aaliyah. I don't know who she is or where she lives. We have never let somebody go without a working refrigerator if it has been reported to us, period. It's not happened. We fix the refrigerator, and if we can't fix the refrigerator, we have a spare refrigerator we will give somebody while that refrigerator is being replaced. So nobody's gone without a refrigerator for 3 years in our housing, period.
Okay. Other questions or comments from the board? Thank you so much, and thank you for everything that you do and the AHA does.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you do have one more comment online.
I just closed this. There were no more hands up, so I'm not going to take that call. Thank you, Matt. I'm going to move on here. The next thing, the Asa Parlin House.
So, these folks next. The Carol Spinney Way.
So if I may, the Asa Parlin presentation, the architects that we've had on the line, one of them lost power.
I see.
So we're not going to be able to do it tonight. It is sort of a time-sensitive thing because we were trying to have this presentation to the board before the CPC's deadline, which is the 15th. So hopefully we can find a way to sort that out. Thanks.
Okay. So we'll skip item 12 and go to item 13.
That's you guys, or Dean.
Okay. So Dean wrote up a motion for this. Dean, do you want to give an intro or just read your motion, or what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'll do a quick intro. So Carol Spinney was an Acton resident, grew up here in South Acton, graduated from Acton High School back before it was a region, went on to become a puppeteer and was the puppeteer for many, many years for Big Bird. And contributed a great deal when you think of all of the generations of young people and old people that were influenced by the kindness shown by Big Bird and Carol Spinney. It just seems appropriate. He passed on a year and a half, 2 years ago. There's been some discussion about some sort of memorial for Carol Spinney to acknowledge his contribution to humanity. And some of these discussions came up, circled around the Kelly's Corner project. And a year ago, it was actually set as one of the goals for the board to have some kind of an acknowledgement of Carol Spinney. What I'm suggesting is the first piece, the first bite of the apple. As part of the Kelly's Corner project, Acton will be acquiring the roadway referred to sometimes as either No Name Road or Community Way, going by Roach Brothers. We need to find an appropriate name for it, and I figured considering the prominence of the area, the number of people that go there, and its proximity to the old Acton High School where Carol Spinney attended, I figured it's an appropriate renaming of that street. I believe the street will have to be accepted at town meeting, and certainly this will, as a formal process, and then we'll certainly have the name as well. But what I'd like to do is get a motion to just get the the select board on record to be in favor of this, hopefully. So,
Can I just make a comment on your motion? So I think it's not if this approved by the select board, but I would say that if this street is accepted by town meeting, we are voting tonight to name it Carol Spinney Way.
correct.
So and maybe you could just kind of reverse your last sentence in the first paragraphs, because it's basically if the street is accepted by town meeting, then we are voting, because we can name it. Town meeting has to accept it.
Okay.
Right? So if the street is accepted by town meeting, we're voting to call it that street Carol Spinney Way.
Okay, so I'm doing this on the fly. I move that if the 2020 annual town meeting accepts the road now referred to as Community Way, that the road be named Carol Spinney Way.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Oh, sure, I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion among board members?
I love Big Bird.
Okay, we'll vote then. All in favor of the motion as read, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. And except for consent items, our final item tonight is to discuss hunting in North Acton.
There's two.
Number 10, can we,
I'm sorry. Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So item 10, approve and record the vote for certificate of compliance at 17 Brewster Lane. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. This is a property that formerly was restricted for affordable housing under a local action plan. It went into foreclosure, wiping out that restriction in every way possible. And so this is just sort of cleaning up the paperwork since the board is the holder of that restriction. This would be saying that it basically ending the restriction and clearing the title for the sale, which was supposed to happen Friday, but I think it's going to happen soon. So there's nothing that we can do to change what happened with that unit. We're just asking the board to clear the title so that the transaction can go through.
Do you have wording you'd like us to use for the motion?
Approve the request to approve
the certificate of compliance for 17 Brewster Lane?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, I'll take such a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the part of the board? All in favor of approving the certificate of compliance for 17 Brewster Lane, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimously approved. So finally, the request for hunting on town-owned property behind Woodlawn Cemetery and Morrison Farm. To save some time here, I just want to get a sense of the board. I think that the comments coming into us, with the exception of the hunters themselves, there were 2 people in favor of hunting and like 99 people who are not in favor of hunting. So are there I just don't want commenters to argue against hunting if all of us are already against hunting, right? So I just want to get a sense of the board before we vote. Can people, anybody tell me if they would like to argue for hunting on town land?
I think there's a really cool discussion to have another day about the potential for different kinds of regulated hunting on different town-owned land. But with this particular parcel, I'm clear this is a bad place for hunting.
Yeah, I agree with Jim. I think there's a good potential and there's a great rationale to allow hunting in certain areas. This probably isn't the one, and I don't think that it's a good idea to accept these requests on an ad hoc basis. It's a bigger conversation that I know when DCR looks at doing that down in the Blue Hill Reservation, it takes about 2 years for them to get through it. And I don't expect that we'll get through it any sooner. So I'd vote no on this particular request, and maybe if there's interest, we can study it later on.
I agree with that. I think I'd like to see the tracts of land that we think are big enough, and then, what kind of hunting we would allow and that kind of thing. Any other comments from people?
Just want to echo what everyone said. I think that this could be a significant public safety issue, and I think it definitely requires more due diligence and thought around, in general, kind of what our stances are with hunting and kind of where are appropriate places in town for that.
Okay. There are two people with hands raised. If you would, the board is leaning against allowing this particular request. If you would like to speak in favor, leave your hand up. Otherwise, please put your hand down. Matt, you want to call on the one person there with their hand up?
Absolutely.
Please.
Call on user 2, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, calling users can't lower their hands. I believe you put a right to live, and I don't like hunting thingy. If they eat you for food, they can have a plant-based diet, thank you.
So for future reference, you can *9 yourself again, right? So.
No, it keeps saying that the House will be informed that you want to speak. It never says, okay, your hand is down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a vote. I would take a motion to deny this request for hunting on town-owned property behind Woodlawn Cemetery and Morrison Farm.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor of denying the hunting request, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. So I will read the consent items. Item 15, approve meeting minutes, October 18th, 2021. Item 16, approve amended meeting minutes, September 13th, 2021. Item 17, request to extend operating hours, Frolic and Detour, 3 Nagog Park, on Wednesday, November 24th, 2021, and Friday, December 31st, 2021. Number 18, executive committee appointment, Dan Malloy, associate member to full member of the Economic Development Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2023. Item 19, committee appointment, Jonathan Campbell, associate to full member, Land Stewardship Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2024. Accept gift, Acton Police Department for $500 from Digital Credit Union to support the Acton Police Department K-9 program. Item 21, accept gift, Community Services Coordinator for $500 in gift cards from West Acton Village Merchants to provide Acton residents in need. So I would take a motion to approve items 15 through 21 inclusive.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent items passed unanimously. Finally, we'll be entering executive session.
Before we do that, can I ask a really quick question? Yeah, so in regards to kind of our charge to the town manager to look into one of the concerns that one of our residents brought forth, are there any updates that you are planning to share in the future or want to share now with regards to that? Is that investigation still ongoing, or I was wondering if you could provide some updates, or if not, when those updates could potentially be provided to the public.
I can provide them in a future operational update. I would have done so earlier. I did provide an update to the board earlier through email, which I can do at a time when other people are listening, which I don't think is now.
Yeah, very true, thank you.
So, we also might, want to just have the town manager communicate to us in that way rather than make it in public session as well. He did send around the health department report. So the executive session, I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of retail property located at 289 Main Street for parcels TE 44 and E1 as shown as the alteration plan of Main Street, Route 27, under the open meeting law, purpose 6.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
And before the roll call vote to enter executive session, let me declare that in an executive session, the board will discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property under purpose 6, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the board. I just want to also let everyone know at the conclusion of the executive session, the board will reconvene an open session just to adjourn, so there's no reason to, we will actually be ending the Zoom. This has to be a, this can be a voice vote, or does that?
Yeah, we're all
So,
voting.
we'll now vote on entering executive session. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? We're in executive session. We can end